Hello, everybody, and welcome to the back porch track at WordCamp Asheville 2020. I'm Tim O'Haver. I'm a member of the organizing team. And if you are just getting the lay of the land here at WordCamp Asheville, the back porch is going to be that place where us WordPress nerds are going to hang out for a couple of hours. And in a moment, I'm going to introduce our talk and our speaker. But first, I want to explain how we are working today. We are streaming to YouTube, and you can find the links on our website for YouTube and also to watch it from the site if you would like to do that. If you would like to participate in chat while the presentation is going on, you can do that through YouTube chat. And if you're already in chat, you can say hello to Kathy Woods, our volunteer chat moderator, who's going to do an awesome job for you today taking care of business. Now, for this presentation, we don't think we're going to have time for questions at the end, but if you'd like to ask questions, we'll try to collect those and forward to those to our speaker later on for follow-up. Okay, so now let's get down to business. The title of our first talk in the back porch track is A Tale of Two Gutenberg Migrations. And our speaker is Russell Fair. Russell is a software engineer. He's an instructor, a speaker, and he's also a member of the WordCamp Asheville organizing team. Best of all, Russell has helped some of his clients move to Gutenberg, and he is here to share lessons learned from those experiences. Formerly from the Atlanta, Georgia area, he comes to us today from Boise, Idaho, where it is early. So everyone in chat, please say good morning to Russell Fair.
Good morning, Tim. Thank you for that introduction. Awesome. Happy to be here. Happy to be part of this camp for, I think, the third or fourth year in a row. And always interesting to do things a little bit different than we're used to here. So we're going to be cutting it close on time. So I'm just going to jump right into this talk. As you mentioned in the intro, this is about some Gutenberg migration goodness. I'm going to start off with just a spoiler alert that this is not a love story. This is a comedy, a tragic comedy of Gutenberg migrations. It's not to say that there's not some love in there somewhere. Like it's not that I'm hating on Gutenberg. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to start off with that mindset, but it's if you're expecting for this to be like all, how great and how easy this transition to Gutenberg was for us. Sorry, spoiler alert. Let's see here. So if I can start off by giving you just a little bit of context about what I'm talking about here. So this process has taken about over the last year. With certainly breaks in between and other stuff going on in between, but so I've been kind of on this for a while. I'm talking about the process of going from the traditional editor, Tiny MCE, and some sort of custom field or page builder type of approach to the native Gutenberg editor on two very, very different websites. They had very different setups, very different needs, different look and feel. And just to put it in perspective, these are not your average everyday small, 5-10 page WordPress site. These are big networks. I shouldn't say networks, big websites, each with tens of thousands of posts, more than a half dozen or so custom post types, highly customized themes, lots of plugins, lots of custom built plugins. So not just off the shelf plugins, but, mission specific plugins that were built. So, these are not small sites by any means. And I just wanted to kind of, first of all, lay the groundwork for what that looks like. So what are we dealing with here? Basically, the challenge that we were presented with as an engineering team was that, hey, Gutenberg is in WordPress, right? It happened in version 5 something, I think, and it was available. And the editors who had seen it wanted it. They were like, hey, why are we still using classic editor? And like, why are you hiding this functionality from us? We want it now. And it was kind of one of those things. It's like, well, we're going to give it to you as soon as we can. We just have to figure out how to get to the point where we can give it to you without breaking a whole bunch of stuff. And because of the sheer number of posts and the amount of content on each page, it was impossible to fathom, like, going in each individual piece of content at a time and rebuilding these posts in Gutenberg. It became really obvious that some sort of automated approach to moving this content from I'm going to kind of call it the legacy approach, right? The old way of doing things, to Gutenberg was going to be required. Clearly, there had to be something, technology in between, a person and our website that allowed you to go to Gutenberg programmatically. I also want to point out, and just to clarify, that this also has a lot to do with custom fields. So I'm not going to pick on any one custom field builder per se, but chances are, if you've done WordPress for a while, you've seen one of these out in the wild. There's obviously ACF, Advanced Custom Fields, which a lot of people are accustomed to and familiar with. There's a lot of others out there. So when I talk about custom fields, just know that I'm kind of talking about some version of custom meta boxes and fields, and presumably through some sort of management interface or solution for that. So what do we do given that challenge? And this is where the story kind of, diverges. Now, just to put it in perspective, these were not happening at the same time. So it's not like these are two parallel paths, but we did kind of take different paths for these two migrations. And that's really the meat and potatoes of what I'm going to talk about today is what do those different paths look like, and how do they relate to one another? So let me explain how we did it on the first project. So the first one we did it was an upgrade on demand type of approach, where as soon as you clicked on the edit button in the back end of your WordPress site, it upgraded, it transformed all of the content from, regular content, short codes, drag and drop content, custom fields, all of that got mashed up and thrown into the editor as soon as you edited it. So it was very much client side, happened in the browser. We didn't make any transformations in the actual database until you saved the post. Everything was done purely, for the most part, there was a little bit on the back end, but for the most part, everything was done purely in JavaScript. And then the second approach, we went almost a complete opposite. We did it via a command line interface approach, content being massaged into Gutenberg compatible stuff, server side, where we could run commands and we could actually move all of the content at one time over to Gutenberg and kind of call it a day. To the editor, the process was pretty seamless. They shouldn't really have seen any, they don't see it happening, right? So let's talk about kind of the requirements of these two different approaches. And again, I'm going to kind of refer to them as the first approach and the second approach, meaning the client-side version and the command line version. Um, really, in order to accomplish what we needed on that first client side approach, we had to build a custom plugin that extended a number of core blocks, provided the transformations for shortcodes to dynamic blocks, and then obviously built a lot of customizations into the core Gutenberg experience, built customizations into the classic editor, and all the while trying to maintain parity with what we had before, which was really where it got complicated very quickly. And then obviously keeping the same conceptual things that we could do with Tiny MCE and whatever custom meta boxes and fields plugin we were using, but still being able to do a similar thing with Gutenberg. And then the second approach, really was built completely around WP-CLI scripting. We also had to define some custom blocks to, again, maintain similar capability to what Tiny and custom fields offered. So that was really all we were looking for. I threw this slide in because I think it helps to put things in perspective a little bit. So how did when we estimated these, I had never done a Gutenberg migration before. In fact, I'd never even used Gutenberg before. So it was kind of hard to estimate. I'm going to come back to these estimates in a minute because I think it's telling. That first approach that we did, we estimated about 300 hours of engineering time over a 6-week process, which was 2 engineers working at basically full-time capacity. The second approach was estimated to take, again, about 200 to 300 hours to complete, but we spread it out over 4 months and had just 1 engineer working on it at less than full-time capacity. So, the first approach, we really kind of went fast. And then the second approach, we really kind of spread it out and took our time. I don't know that really made a huge difference, but it's interesting. And again, I'll come back to the estimates. So first round, somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, you want to try this Gutenberg migration?" I'm like, "Sure, let me get some coffee," had no idea what I was getting into, just completely, to be honest, in over my head. Let's talk about some of what I ran into. So first of all, just extending Gutenberg, just going in and making it do things that it doesn't do out of the box is really not easy. And I say not easy, it's not to say that it's hard, but it's not the sort of thing that you're just going to like whip something together in a few minutes and have it figured out. It's going to take you some time. There's a pretty big transition to the JavaScript and React.js libraries that Gutenberg is built with, and other libraries. I shouldn't only pick on React. If you're not, a pure JavaScript expert and you haven't spent a lot of time with the libraries that are in Gutenberg, that learning curve is substantial. So if you're planning on doing anything that involves extending Gutenberg, you need to learn up on that, and specifically how WordPress does some things with JavaScript and with React. The biggest challenge for me was understanding how various components and higher order components work together, and how to pass props and impact the state of blocks when I wanted them to do something that they didn't want to do natively. I think that I really got into the inner workings of some of these components that it took a long time to really traverse through the code structure to figure out, oh, there's the place where I want to turn that checkbox. I want to set that checkbox to checked by default. Like just little silly stuff like that, where you think, oh, that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Took a long time to figure out, well, how do I set that, right? Etc. The APIs for Gutenberg are at the time, and I would assume that they still are, but at the time they were certainly poorly or incorrectly documented at best. A lot of the documentation was written when Gutenberg was at a prior state, and it's since been updated, but the documentation is still published. And so you would go and you would read a tutorial on how to do something, or like look at some code snippet that kind of looks like what you're dealing with, except it was wrong, completely wrong. And so I kind of went on a couple pretty bad wild goose chases, trying to figure out how to do something according to documentation that was broken. The pace of the Gutenberg development itself is really what I think leads to a lot of that documentation being out of date. Gutenberg's moving very quickly. It's just growing leaps and bounds, which is awesome. But I think that if you kind of look at all the peripheral sources of information, they're having a hard time really keeping up with the pace of Gutenberg. And then this was the one that really kind of threw in the biggest wrench into the system, was that future updates to any of the above, whether it be Gutenberg, and keep in mind that there's two different Gutenbergs. There's the Gutenberg plugin that you can download from the repositories. And then there's the block editor, which is still Gutenberg, but that's included with WordPress core, which are two different things. So that's kind of a challenge to grapple with. Changes to even to the classic editor plugin, any change to any of those systems, when you're in this kind of upgrade on demand approach, I don't know what's coming down the pipe. And so I have to now test my Gutenberg upgrades on every single update to WordPress core or to Gutenberg plugin. And so the forward compatibility, the maintenance of this is a lot higher, because we can't really say like, oh, all of the stuff is done. We can't ever really take this code out of our code base. We can't turn this particular plugin off because not all the content's upgraded. And really, because it was done in the client side environment, the only way to really kind of see if it worked and test things were to load it up in a browser and wait and see what happened. And it was slow and it was challenging. QA especially had a really hard time. It was a very manual process, and it was very time consuming. I mentioned that we estimated at about 300 hours. We ended up almost double that. So the total amount of time that was spent on the engineering of getting this Gutenberg, project done, ended up being about 560, I think, hours, so that wasn't good. And we finished just a little bit over 1 month behind schedule. So, it's hard to really own stuff like that and admit to when you screw up estimates and, you're late delivering a project, but it's a real thing. It does happen. So I like to just own it. When I finished that, I really started thinking, actually, first of all, let me say, when I finished that, I had no intention of doing another Gutenberg migration. And I definitely had no intention of doing a presentation at a WordCamp about Gutenberg migration. So, I didn't really reflect on some of what I learned from that process right away. In fact, a lot of the reflection and a lot of this lessons that I learned from that process have happened as I've gone into really kind of the second Gutenberg migration that I'm about to talk about. And then also more recently, as I've been preparing for doing this presentation and really thinking about what should I pass on to other people as a result of this. So the number one thing I think that makes this client side on demand type of approach, a no-go for me. I don't think I would ever go down this route again, is that there is no way to fully migrate every piece of content on the site in a single process. So I can't take website and say, okay, here it is before migration and here it is after migration, and call it done. That's the biggest challenge that I have, especially because then you have to QA content kind of on the fly. And what do you do if something's broken down the road? Just really messy, I think. Future updates to Gutenberg can completely invalidate previously working code. Yes, that's for real. That did happen. Basically, some of the transformations that we built were all working perfectly. And then an update to the Gutenberg migration plugin came out, and I'm sorry, an update to the Gutenberg plugin came out, and the editor itself, and all of our transformations broke because of some little thing, and we had to go back and fix all of them. So that was not awesome. Gutenberg dumps a whole bunch of stuff into the console, your browser console. If and when you mess up, they try to tell you about it, but those errors and warnings are not always accurate, nor do they always reflect what you should be looking at. So you can easily follow down a rabbit hole with that. Debugging for Gutenberg is really hard because there's not a lot of answers out there, and there's really not a lot of valid answers to much of anything out there. So, if you take your average Stack Overflow and you look for something to do with Gutenberg, there maybe there's an answer, and maybe that answer is correct. So it takes a lot longer. There's no WP debug capability really with Gutenberg, and so there's some debugging, I guess, but it's just a lot harder. Integrating other plugins with Gutenberg can be really difficult. And again, for me, it's like there's this third-party plugin that's out in the ecosystem somewhere that is supposed to be doing this one thing. It does it really fine in TinyMCE version, but it's not compatible with Gutenberg. But I can't lose that functionality, so now I'm having to build these little bridges in between other plugins in Gutenberg. That was pretty messy. And really just cannot stress enough the importance of automated tests and validation of the migration for these large projects. If I could do this over again, I would have started by building a script that could do all of these upgrades on demand or at one time, and then validate that all of them happened successfully, and really focus on automation of this process. I'm sure that I learned a lot more about it, but I want to talk to you about round 2, which is the second migration. I'm also trying to keep an eye on the time here. So after that, someone came to me about 3 or 4 months later and said, "Hey, so we hear you know a lot about Gutenberg migrations, right?" And I kind of grimaced and was like, "Not really, to be honest. I know what not to do." And they said, "Okay, we want you to do this other big-ish Gutenberg migration." And I was like, all right, well, here we go. So what did I encounter in this second? Now, just to kind of go back a little bit, we're talking about a server-side version of this whole thing, right? There was still a lot of custom blocks to be built, but all of the transformation of content from TinyMCE and custom fields into blocks was done completely by a WP CLI script that meant that we could log into the server and we could have the website before Gutenberg, and then we could run that script, and after about 5 minutes, I think it took to run, all of the content would be migrated completely to Gutenberg. It was a lot cleaner approach, the server-side approach, in my mind. It went a lot better. But we still ran into some issues. One of those issues were there were a lot of edge cases that we didn't catch initially. And I'll give you just a quick example. So we had an editor who was copying and pasting HTML from some third-party website where they were basically just moving content from one source to another. And every time they copied and pasted it, like it was inserting like something of the nature of like 1,000 extra empty paragraph tags for whatever reason. And because the way that our script worked, like it was trying to build those into blocks each time, and there were no settings there, and it was just a disaster mess. So that hurt. Um, a lot of the extracting of information from the HTML or from the text or specifically from the ACF or whatever custom field manager they were using on that. I think that one was ACF. We ended up having to do a lot of work with regular expressions in order to get like extrapolate some data. And regular expression hell is a real deal. It was pretty awful. There were like a couple days where I was just staring at regex, looking at it like, why am I missing a space somewhere and I can't find it? So if you can avoid going down regular expression route, certainly suggest you don't. The QA process still required a lot of work, manual, like spot checking. Okay, I'm looking at this thing and I'm comparing it and I'm diffing it with what I see on production on the non-migrated site. So that was still difficult. There's this concept in the block editor of like settings and classes. They definitely need some sane defaults. I suggest if you're setting these up and you're building a script to do a similar migration, that you kind of think about like, what does the default need to look like? And then you customize from there versus kind of what I did, which was take all of the different options that were available and try to jam those in. There were some things that were lost in translation, but not a whole lot. A lot of the blocks are inline styled, which I found really frustrating because I wanted to customize the styling, and it just was very challenging to override some of those. Where do we end up on this particular project was still over budget. We ended up spending close to 340 hours on this one. So we were over our high number, and we were just still over budget, but not quite as bad. We still were able to get this done in close to the amount of time that we had estimated. I mean, within, contingency realm here. We still ended up publishing this a month later than expected, keeping in mind that we had spread those 300 hours of estimated time out over 4 months. It ended up taking us 5 months. A lot of that was due to, again, the regular expression hell and the weird edge cases that we were encountering. And then the fact that QA was such a manual process. So what did I learn from that one? Some interesting takeaways here. One is that because this particular approach went down an all or nothing route, right? Once we pressed the button, we remigrated everything. Because of that, it was every time we ran the script, we completely invalidated all the previous QA. So if I migrate 1,000 posts and we have them all QA'd up and QA says, yeah, these are all a pass, and then we go back and we reset the database and we, presumably we make some changes. Presumably QA comes back and they say, no, this was a problem. We have to go back and fix it. Then we've got to go rerun the script on all of those pieces again. So now all that prior QA work is completely invalid. And that was really, really troublesome that happened. I would also say that, and this is kind of one of those hindsight's 2020, but editors need clear instructions on what not to do. So hopefully you've been telling your, people who are editing your site not to copy and paste content out of places like Microsoft Word or their email or whatever other thing other than WordPress they're getting their content from, because that copy and paste can really foul things up a good bit. It's kind of too late if you haven't already, but hopefully you have been telling them that for years and years, and you don't have a whole bunch of really old content from like 5 years ago that's going to give you a problem. Debugging is still very challenging in this context too, because there's not a whole lot of WP CLI scripts out there that do migrations to blocks. So there's not a lot of answers out there. Again, if you go on Stack Overflow and you look up, what is the specific problem that I'm running into, is probably not an answer out there. And if there is an answer, it may or may not be correct. The other thing that I really learned from this that I kind of learned in the first iteration, but then really reinforced in the second one, is I set the expectation from the very beginning that pixel perfect migration is not going to happen. A lot of the differences between the way that something like a field manager will give you versus what blocks give you is the ability to, with the field manager, you can write the HTML right in your theme just the way you want it, or some sort of view component, whatever you're going to do, and you have total control. With the blocks, there's like some differences in how things work. And so, for example, the columns that we used in the field settings were like a fluid or fixed width column. But with Gutenberg, it's all percent based, and they use flex grid and all of the flex table, flex grid concept. And so it's just a very different experience. And there's going to be things that don't line up. There's going to be situations where like an image comes in a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller than it did the old way. And so I really set that expectation from the beginning, which gave me a lot more wiggle room. Because I didn't have to sit there and try to, push every like pixels over five pixels here and there. I didn't have to worry about that stuff quite as much. And really think about abstracting the layout of the thing from the data as much as you possibly can. I know that doesn't really make sense 100%, but don't think about your related, let's say it's a related post box. Like, don't think about it in terms of, oh, well, it needs to be related posts. Well, okay, yeah, true. But think about it more abstractly. What is the layout, right? It's a heading with an image with some text below it. Okay, I can build that, and then all I'm going to do is populate it with some data down the road. Really helped move that along a lot. It also helped kind of build things that were extendable and that were reusable, which was really helpful. And really, I would say my number one lesson was to think about how the traditional content, specifically the meta stuff, custom field data, right, which is a mixture of both content in the sense that it's written words, it's images, but it's also settings. So we kind of had settings and content all toggled in or all tied in with each other in that setting, and really kind of visualize, if you will, how does this thing look on the website today? What is it structurally? And then can I create that same experience using core blocks? Like, I don't want to have to go build 50 custom blocks just because I want to do a migration, especially when, the reality is most of the existing blocks will do what I want to do. If I just think about, again, that related post, right? It's a heading, it's an image, and it's a paragraph. Well, Gutenberg already has all those blocks, so I don't need to build a custom related post block when I can just use the existing blocks that are out there. So think about how to do it with existing blocks if possible. So this is the last little bit of the slide here, but if you are moving to Gutenberg, I just have a couple quick takeaways here that I would suggest you consider. First, definitely think about and weigh very carefully the advantages and disadvantages of a client side versus a server side approach to your migration. I touched on this briefly just a moment ago. Do as much as you can with core blocks. I would say, if at all possible, avoid any sort of easy solution that you may find. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but there's a lot of like things out there, and I don't even know what to call them other than just things, but they make it possible where you can drag and drop, and you can build all of this stuff with a drag and drop editor. Avoid those things at all costs if you can. Like, at some point, you either are going to have to figure out how to write the code or how to come up with the solution, because what those drag and drop editors really do is they lock you in for a long time, and they make it very difficult down the road to make adjustments. And when I say drag and drop, I'm not necessarily talking about Gutenberg. I'm talking about some of the other drag and drop things that are out there. I think staying away from those is very, very important. Avoid promising that you're going to customize Gutenberg at all would be the ideal scenario, right? If your client or whoever you're working with says, oh, we need to have the Gutenberg editor, but we can't just have it just the regular Gutenberg editor. Oh, no, we need to have this super highly customized Gutenberg that's just for us. Just walk away. Just don't do that, because you have to then think about, how do I maintain that for years to come? And it's kind of an interesting thing that this has really helped me to start understanding better. One of the places where I've kind of grown as a result of this is, how am I going to migrate off of this Gutenberg stuff once Gutenberg is no longer the editor of WordPress? Like, what happens when they replace Gutenberg with some new thing in 5 or 10 or 15 years? Who knows? Like, how am I going to move all of my content off of it then? Am I going to have to do this process over again? That's really, really helpful to think about. The forward compatibility, I guess, is really what it boils down to. Absolutely plan on some sort of way of automating your testing, specifically automating your QA, so that you don't have to have a human do it. That's really hard to figure out. It's not really hard, actually. It takes time to figure out. But definitely figure out how to get that involved in the process. Don't just think that you're going to just do some stuff and then turn it over to your client and say, hey, good luck with this. Like, you really need to have a plan for testing. Training is really essential, especially for editors who are not, technically inclined to follow Gutenberg, or that are kind of involved in the WordPress space. Like, a lot of the people who are probably at this camp and are listening to this probably don't need as much training, but especially people who have seen TinyMC and some custom field solution, when they go to Gutenberg, their minds are just kind of blown, which is a good thing. I mean, they're blown in a very good way, but they're also like deer in headlights. So I think taking some time and explaining to them, okay, here's how we built this thing before, and now here's how you can build it today in Gutenberg, and point out, why is it so much better today? Yeah, you can move things around and have reusable blocks, and you can nest stuff, and you can really get creative in ways that the old system never allowed you to do. It's a good thing, but it's hard. So, you got to work with me here. Let me teach you a little bit so you can go. have a plan for how you're going to deal with problems as they arise, and figure out, am I just going to completely exclude this thing from the migration, which we did. There were pages where we realized, we're never going to, it would take me 2 to 3 additional days of work just to get this one silly thing to go. Or I can just load it up in Gutenberg. I can clear that error out and I can rebuild that one table of whatever it is, Um, there certainly comes a point where it's not worth it to try to migrate every little thing automatically, that you can say, hey, that one little widget over there, we're just going to recreate that completely. And I'm just going to exclude that page completely from migration, and we'll come back to it after it's live. That saved us a lot of time. So definitely think about that. Learn the bleeping JavaScript. It's essential. Like, you can't kind of half do it. If you're gonna do anything with Gutenberg, you're going to need to invest heavily into learning JavaScript. And that was something that was kind of hard for me, because I'd always, kind of been good enough at JavaScript that I didn't really feel like I needed to go read up on it. And then after a while, I was like, man, I really have a lot more learning to do on this particular part of the JavaScript, ecosystem to get good here. And really, above all else, just bake in extra time for contingencies and delay. There's gonna be issues as you're moving to Gutenberg, more than likely. If you can move to Gutenberg without any problems, like, I'd love to chat with you because it might save me some time down the road. Whatever you think it's going to take you, it's probably going to take you 2 to 3 times that actual amount of time. Maybe you're better at estimating than I am. I don't know. And that is everything I've got. I believe that we have just a few more minutes. I'm going to turn it back over to Tim and or AJ and figure out what we're going to do with the remaining 7 minutes of time that we have. Thank you very much.
Russell, thank you for sharing your experiences with your Gutenberg migrations. I think we heard a lot of pain and some successes there that could make this an easier task for all of us in the future. We didn't expect to have time for questions, but we do have time to take maybe 1 or 2. So I'm going to look quickly here at chat and just field them to you that way. Russell, what tools do you use to keep track of issues and error tracking and bugs? Is there something that works better for WordPress server side versus client side bug tracking?
So when you mean, that's an interesting question. So I think that there's 2 different trackers that primarily we use for projects in general. We use a lot of the same tools that you'd probably expect to hear people talk about. So Jira, what is it? Asana, it's, I believe, another Jira-like product. Trello even we use on some projects, but generally it's an agile tracker of some type. For these specific projects, like the migration to Gutenberg and the problems that we were running into with individual pieces of content, spreadsheets, right, were probably the primary source. It was just so much faster than having to go and create tickets and try to triage tickets. It's like, just take this export of all of your posts. One of the things that I did when I was starting the QA was I exported all of the content, and then I created links to all of those pieces of content in various different settings. So here's the link to the post in production. Here's the link to the post in the migrated state. Here's the link to the editor migrated, so that the editors could quickly kind of go through those different pieces and check them. And then I just had a big column that said front end notes, back end notes, just spell out whatever's the problem in there. And then I would take those and I would kind of assess them, figure out what those really meant. And if I felt the need to, I would go put a ticket in into our Jira backlog so that we could track those better. Hopefully that answers that question, Tim.
Well, thank you for that response. Let me float one more to you.
Okay.
With everything that you've been through, everything you've learned from your experiences, what are you watching now? What are you doing? What do you read or monitor to try to keep up, to stay current with everything about these migrations?
I don't try to stay current. I just don't. It's so, to be honest, I do. So that's a good question. And I don't have an answer that's any good. What have I been doing lately? It's a lot of gardening and, like woodworking. So I'm not really paying attention to it, to be honest. I think if I were actively building things that were specific enough for Gutenberg that I needed to follow it, I would. But it's too much IO for me. I'm not trying to keep up with it. If I have to do another Gutenberg migration at some point in the future, or if I have to do something with Gutenberg, then I'll try to get caught up at that point. But it's the pace of the development with Gutenberg specifically is going faster than I feel like keeping up with. It's just not a high priority for me.
Yes, the pace of change is aggressive and challenging to keep up with. So maybe the lesson there for our audience is, if you get a little burned out on it, consider gardening or woodworking as a hobby. It's a way to recharge. Okay. Thank you, Russell, for all of your sharing your experiences and your advice. I think we're going to leave it there. For our audience, I'd like to share with you that Russell's role on our organizing team was to be the sponsor wrangler. And so I know that Russell would appreciate it if sometime today you would go to the WordCamp Asheville website and visit the sponsors page and engage our sponsors in whatever way that you might have to be, that you're comfortable with doing. There are all kinds of links there for their rooms, and who knows, you might go into a room and find a deal on something. So please consider doing that. I know our sponsors would appreciate it, as well as the organizing team would appreciate that too. So for now, we're done, and we'll start again with a new talk at the start of the hour, at the top of the hour, and I will see you then. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the back porch track at WordCamp Asheville 2020. If you were looking for one of our other tracks, you can find all of the links for those at the WordCamp Asheville website. But here in the back porch, our next talk is about website audits. Our presenters for this session are Miriam Goldman and Amy June Heinlein. Miriam is a technical lead at Canopy Studios, and she has been a speaker at WordCamps throughout North America. Amy June is an active open source contributor who works as a QA engineer and community ambassador at Canopy Studios. And today, WordCamp Asheville gets to be the community. So let's get ready to learn more about website audits as we welcome Miriam and Amy June.
Thanks, Tim. So you're here checking under the hood. We're going to look at website health. And I do want to start with a little bit of housekeeping that there are images in this presentation, but they're decorative. So those that can't see the slides, they are decorative images. And if there is any image that needs to be explained, we'll do that as we go. And for the sake of inclusivity, we are using Google Slides, and we're going to be doing closed captioning this morning. And you can see it's a little feature. If you hover down at the bottom, you can hit CC, and closed captioning comes up. It's not perfect, but it's more inclusive than not having them.
So, before we get started, it's important to understand the longstanding history of the lands we use. So we acknowledge that the land in Asheville, North Carolina is the traditional territory of the Eastern Board of the Cherokee. So who are we?
I am Amy June Heinlein. Like Tim said, I work for Canopy Studios. Along with Miriam, I organize a couple of things in the community, one of them being Ally Talks, A11YTALKS. I'm a core mentor for the Drupal community, and I help with the WordCamp US contribution organizer. In a previous lifetime, I still am a hospice nurse. So I have this like really rich, deep understanding about how folks can have issues using the web. So I'm an inclusivity and accessibility advocate.
And I'm Miriam Goldman. So like Amy June, I am also an organizer for WordCamp US. I'm also an organizer for my local WordCamp, WordCamp Ottawa up here in Canada. I also co-organize our meetups, which we have monthly. And I've always been in tech, but outside of my tech life, I like to live a very varied life. So I do martial arts, I do ballroom dancing, I play in a community band. I'm still trying to figure out how to do them all at the same time. So that's an eventual goal.
So like we said, we work with Canopy and they bring us here today. Canopy Studios is an open source website strategy, design, development, and support agency. We like to do all aspects of a website through all the life cycles. We specialize in data-driven intelligent solutions. We design, build, and support websites for clients who want to make a positive impact. And we're hiring WordPress talent. So let's get into the presentation. What are some of the reasons why we may want to audit a website? Our site may no longer be responsive. The site doesn't display well on different devices. The text may look small and fit good on a desktop, but it takes too long to scroll through on a mobile device.
Or it could be slow to load. So it could be in a worst case scenario, the site pages can take more than 3 seconds to load. Or you could be having content woes. So it could be a factor that if you need to update content, it can be a very difficult and frustrating process. So how much of a lift is it just to simply upload the data?
And your users could be confused. The people who visit your website can't find what they need, and it could be confusing. They may end up not getting what they came for, right? This can lead to lower conversions and possible negative feedback. And then our visitors could have troubles just using the site. You know, people can become agitated when they can't use your site with their specific tools or assistive technology.
It could just be a completely disastrous experience. So do bugs, with the pun intended, keep crashing the site, making it impossible to just keep the site updated and current? Or could the site be woefully outdated and there's nothing new? So what happens if the design of the site just hasn't changed in some time, making it seem like it's, we like to joke, from the 1990s if you're going back to the days of frames and tables? Or does your site just look like a clone of everybody else's?
Your site could be insecure. Maybe your site isn't loading over HTTPS and it's causing security warnings for some folks. Your site could be hacked. It could be compromised and no one can figure out why. How many modifications are on the site? You know, what was done to your site?
But let's face it, come on. Is it really that important for us to address all these issues? Of course it is. If a website isn't working optimally, much like a beat up Volkswagen, it can really dramatically affect your bottom line.
So let's talk about what happens when the clock ticks, when time passes. And it usually passes faster than we can imagine, right? Some issues can break trust in your site visitors, making them not want to return, and can damage your credibility. Once on a company's homepage, it's estimated that 64% of visitors want to see the company's contact information.
Or it could just seem out of touch. So more than half the population worldwide are active internet users. So out of that, there's currently about 4 million unique mobile internet users worldwide. So that can mean that out of the 5.1 billion mobile phone users in the world, more than 3/4 use their phones to access the internet.
According to HubSpot, a couple years back, 39% of people will stop engaging with a website if your data or images won't load or take too long to load. So you really need to think about those content consumers who do not have access to decent broadband or high-speed internet. And this can cost us customers because unhappy customers end up packing up and looking for other places to complete their business. So we're going to go over what a website audit entails. What are the different parts to an audit? But before we start talking about an audit, we're just going to take a moment and hold some space for Black Lives Matter.
So to really see optimal website health, not only do you need a solid code base or technical foundation, you also need a smart user experience as per this lovely non-Volkswagen Venn diagram on your screens. So you see that's a balance between the two. It's a balance between smart user experience design and a strong technical foundation. So first, we're going to focus on the strong technical foundation, and then we're going to talk about the accessibility of a site. So obviously, having an accessible site builds usability and it makes for a better user experience, so they work hand in hand. So as developers, if you are a developer, we should strive to make data-driven decisions so that we need to just dig into things such as the actual site usage, what features work or don't work, the site meeting the best practices for UX, and then once you get the results, you can just build out your expectations. You want to understand the purpose of your site and how to help your website users accomplish their goals. So there are ways to do this. You can obtain data on the actual site use via Google Analytics and heat maps. You can assess whether site content, features, and the information model are they really appropriate for who is actually using the site? Perhaps you can use personas to do your tests. And then you can provide analysis, recommendations, and feedback for improving the user experience. And then from this, you can roadmap items to account for continuous growth, because when a website's health is like a moving target and it's not stagnant, it's just to consider, especially when content is continually being added. So again, some of the ways you can collect the data is you can get surveys from your site users, interviews, other forms of communications. You can use heat maps, the analytics, and personas as well. So a technical audit is really basically understanding the underlying foundation of how the site operates and how users are actually using the site. So obviously, we need to look at the technical side of things. What version of WordPress core, for instance, is the site on? What plugins are there? Is there custom code in the theme? Are you using a child theme if you are using a paid premium theme? We want to know how everything works. And that way, if we know how it works, it makes it easier for us to provide the support that the site needs. We also want to look at the hosting solution to confirm that the product owners or the stakeholders, for instance, are getting the most for their money. Because some hosting providers just aren't right for the particular website that you have. But also remember, you may have third-party integrations, and they just might not be accessible, they might not, and they might even slow the site down. So those are things to consider, and really the goal of this audit is to provide feedback about ways to be more efficient.
And a little bit about the accessibility part of the audit. Understanding who uses the site can effectively and correctly communicate with touches the accessibility audit of the audit side of the site. We want to be able to run scans with tools to check things like HTML structure and basic page overviews. We can use analytics to identify the top traffic pages and make sure that we look at every type of page, every template. For example, make sure that you audit a blog article, a news page, a contact form, any sort of collected views page. We want to make sure that we use keyboards to check tab order and that all of our items respond when using a keyboard. And we want to finish with a voiceover to make sure that the site has the correct semantics and attributes that assistive technology can go through it properly. But I do recommend and stress that we as developers, designers, coders, UX, content developers, we should really have native users test those pages. They use the technology differently than sighted folks. As developers, we cheat. We know what our expectations are. And we just use the technology different than native users. And then we want to make sure that we periodically check in and review for accessibility, because it too is a moving target. As the accessibility WCAG guidelines change over time, they change over time. And then the agents that people use are continually being developed as well. So let's unpack it.
So, preliminary work. So, just to iterate through, because these things are super important. Your version of WordPress core. Are you super outdated? Like, we're on 5.5.1 now. Are you still running 4.x or even worse, 3.x? Is it secure? Are all the security patches applied from the update? And you also want to check for the errors. What are the top logged errors in your PHP console or your JavaScript console? And what has happened since you last checked? You also want to review any modified file. Was there stuff committed to the code that shouldn't have been? Say, vendor files from your composer? Is there any local documentation on a production site? And then you also want to check for patch documentation, not just to your WordPress core itself, but also to your plugins as well. So these are just usually items that can be inspected with like log messages, error consoles, top pages not found, and all those things. So next, we take a look at the theme, or for lack of better words, look and feel of the site. So we want to review all the different aspects. So first, are you using a page builder, such as Divi, Beaver Builder, Elementor? Because this could slow down the site, or it can make development more time consuming because you might be fighting against modules within that page builder if you're trying to develop something custom. So are the proper WordPress standards being followed? So especially with the code. So are you using proper WordPress functions? Because there's a lot available if you go look at the WordPress codex. Are you doing your escaping? Are you sanitizing your user input and queuing your scripts and styles properly? And are you following like the PHP CS standards here? When looking at your templates, do they contain complex PHP? Is your markup semantic? Or is there logic within the theme itself? Is there certain functionality that should really be stripped from the theme and put in a custom plugin? Then you want to look if your site is responsive. So when you're resizing it or you look at it on a phone or a tablet? Does it resize nicely? Are the images being served at that correct size? Are any of the external resources being compressed? And most importantly, do you have any load blocking JavaScript? So loading in is another word for rendering. So if something is render blocking, it can mean that it's keeping the page from loading as quickly as it could. And are the styles well organized and extendable? So if looking at SEO, for most sites, how they rank on Google or Yahoo or all those other search engines is super important. So you want to go out and check those search engines SEO basics. For your site, you want to check if there's a sitemap installed. So usually if you're using Yoast SEO that or another similar plugin, they usually have settings that can help you with this XML sitemaps. So are these settings installed? Or are they activated? Do you have your proper meta tags? Looking at your headings, are they properly structured? You've got to remember that headings are not for style. They're there for structure, and this just helps with the crawling of your website. Are you using structured data for your organization and site content? Going to sharing on social media, do you have the right markup, such as the OG tags to support the Twitter cards and Facebook sharing? And then there's Google Search Console. Do you have a dashboard set up? Then also look at the Google page speed ranking or GT metrics, because those can really help you look at the SEO and how your site is being affected. Then looking at custom code. Is there any specific custom code in a plugin that was not brought from the repo or wasn't available already in the theme? So obviously sometimes it's necessary if you just can't find what you need at your budget. So we want to see what custom code is there. Is there documentation within that custom code, whether it's in your theme or a custom plugin? And then you need to look at it and see, do I really need to write this myself, or can I use a plugin or a different theme that gets this done for me that has more extensive documentation? Then you want to look at your code quality. You look at the scripting standards. So you want to look at linting. So does the JavaScript lint properly? So either using more of the antiquated JS or ESLint. So you basically just declare your rules. Does it work in all the browsers? Most importantly, and I'm sure a lot of developers know this, are the semicolons in the right place? Because sometimes that just messes things up. So that's more back end, but the front end standards. Are the styles that are there that drive the look and feel of the site well structured and easy to extend? Is there a pattern library perhaps? And again, going back to patching, have there been changes made in places that makes it hard to upgrade the site? Are they maintained in a way that they can be reapplied? And then you want to test your accessibility. You want to ensure that all your users, regardless of their abilities, can interact with the site in a meaningful way. So you are only as strong as your weakest link. So is the hosting provider reliable? And does the plan support your needs? Because hosting providers have different plans, obviously, whether they're based on how many people come on the traffic or your performance. Should it be lowered or should it be increased based on if you want to save the client money or you need to increase your site resources? A tip is to use a content delivery network or a CDN for your image and file assets like Cloudflare, and this would also really help with your website. So again, a CDN is a system of distributed servers that deliver images and other web content to a user based on their geographic location. and then the origin of the website, and the content delivery server. So to help with performance, you would want to enable page block caching so they don't have to be rebuilt or rendered again with every load, because that takes up so much time. So for instance, you can enable aggregation of your CSS and JS. So you can do it aggressively. And then you want to optimize your images. So that is the process of decreasing their file size. You can do this with a plugin or a script, and that will help speed up the load time of the page. And with this, you want to make sure that your images are sized appropriately for the context of where they're actually being used. So you don't want to have a hero banner image that's, say, 1400 pixels wide when you have a content limit of, say, 600 pixels wide. You also want to look at maybe minifying and bundling your CSS and JS. So this basically just removes the white spaces and combines them into a single file. You want to look at your files that are for the admin section too. Any admin files should only be loaded on the admin side, and the public-facing files should be on the public side. So the admin area, in your dashboard, there could be site dashboard-specific files. So that can just have a lot more files, and that's okay. We can sometimes make the admins wait. Not really like they have anywhere to go. You also want to make sure you can add some pagination. So basically implement a load more option just to make sure that your initial loading is quick. You can also lazy load your images, which I believe is actually now part of WordPress core. So if you have a long news article with images throughout, the user really shouldn't have to wait for these images. So only the images in the viewport will load, and then as they scroll, more images will load. And with this, you might want to use a CDN. So basically, only load the things you need. Don't load extra stuff. Asynchronous loading helps. Just don't put everything in your header. So again, just Cliff Notes, look at your page speed insights, webpagetest.org, Pingdom, GTmetrix. These give you a whole bunch of scores that you can look at and gives you different areas that you could target. Then you want to read the documents, obviously. Do you have any documentation set up for your site? How do you set up your site locally for your developers? What tools or dependencies for development is needed? Then you want to look at the project level. Is the overall architecture and site goals written down and available to your developers? For your plugins or themes, is it clear how it fits in? Pardon me. Can the site be easily extended? And then digging down even more, in the code level, are your classes, functions, variables, and all the logic well documented?
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the inclusivity of our websites. And inclusivity can mean a lot of different things. And we're going to focus on the accessibility part of the website audit. Accessibility is absolutely essential for developers and organizations that want to create high quality web tools and sites and not exclude people from using their products and services. According to the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, 26% of people living in the United States live with a disability. So that's almost 1 in 4. And when I pulled together this information about a year ago, that was roughly 61 million people just in the United States alone. And we want to remember that there are different kinds of disabilities. There are situational, temporary, and unseen disabilities. I'm getting kind of older, and we need to remember as we get older, we all become a little bit less able, right? Our eyesight, our hearing can diminish over time. So let's talk about some of these things. Users with mobility disabilities, I'm including things like carpal tunnels, repetitive stress injuries, might not be able to use a mouse or a trackpad. So can our users navigate the website with a keyboard? Are there any keyboard traps? That means if a user can get into a component, they should be able to get out of that component as well. Does your page have the means to skip features? There's nothing like having your users have to navigate through your mega menu before they get to their content. So there should really be a skip to main content link. So the first time you hit tab on your web page, there should be a link that appears that says skip to main content. And the only people who see that are the people who need it. So pages with a lot of content should be broken into smaller chunks and use anchor links for those folks. And when your users are going through your website with the keyboard, do all of the elements have some sort of focus? Are all the menus and levels of a site accessible to the keyboard user? We want to make sure to avoid buttons and action items that can only be accessed with a mouse hover function, because we leave keyboard users out of that. Do all of the images on a site contain alternative text? Are there any images of text on your site? If you turn off your CSS in your browser, can you read through the site without getting lost? This isn't only for screen readers, but lots of folks with cognitive issues turn off images in their browsers as well. And of course, like me, I live rurally, so it takes a long time for images to load sometimes. So we want to make sure that everything, all of your information and content is available when those images are turned off. And of course, you know, there are images that don't need alt text. They could be decorative images or don't support any of the content around them. But you really have to make sure that you train your content authors to understand that just leaving it blank, you know, for decorative text doesn't do any justice if the picture adds any sort of value or emotion to your site. Remember when we used to develop websites using tables? So are your tables being used for more than tabular data? Remember that tables should only be used for data now, not for layout. All of our tables should include headers for our rows and columns and explain how those cells correspond with each other for people who use assistive technology. Does a screen reader read all of the content as it flows and appears on the page? And this includes dialogues that pop up, overlays, pop-outs, light boxes, slideshows, error messages, page updates. All of those bells and whistles should really be available to those screen readers. And those should be read in real time, especially error messages and alerts. Can the text of your page be zoomed in and resized without obscuring any content? The page should still be functionable when the site is magnified to 200% of its original size. I use a Mac, so Command ++++, and I get to see the website as some users that zoom in. We want to make sure too that not only the data is not obscured, but the content doesn't require scrolling in two directions if you get the scroll bar on both sides, because that makes content hard to find and hard to get to when you have to have both the vertical and horizontal scroll bar. And then, are your landmark regions defined between ARIA and HTML5? HTML5 is semantic. And for those not familiar with ARIA, ARIA is a good thing to have, but the first rule of ARIA is not to use ARIA. So many of the functions that use that we use to require ARIA attributes are now implemented in HTML5. And we want to make sure that we don't have redundant functions. You know, you don't want to have the same ARIA element that you have in HTML5. So generally speaking, what makes a website accessible? There's 4 broad parameters that I like to talk about when we consider making our content accessible. We want to make sure that it's easy to see, so we accommodate visual needs. We want to make sure that folks can interact with our pages, so we accommodate motor needs. We want to be sure to accommodate auditory needs, so we want to make it easy to hear or give alternatives. And then we want to make our content easy to understand, so we accommodate cognitive needs. We really want to be sure that the experience is as equivalent as possible, regardless of things we cannot control. We don't want to have special rules or functions for that. We want to make sure that those barriers are removed. And this can mean thinking about the technology that people are using. What computer type, tablet size, or phone operating system are people on? And we have to remember that our content is as important as our code. As the internet extends, we really become a world stage, the internet. Remember that reading and understanding English can be a privilege. Our content should be easy for everybody to understand. So I want to talk a little bit about the life cycle of the website after our developers and coders are out of it, because a lot of times our content authors are in there day to day after we've handed it off. So we want to make sure we train them, not only for the accessibility needs, but we want to train them for cognitive needs too. And of course, there's exceptions, like say you have white papers or it's a targeted website for a university or something like that. But generally speaking, like in a blog or a website open to the public, we want to make sure that we use plain language in our writing. According to usability.gov, we want to write at the 9th grade reading level. The ideal standard is no more than 20 words per sentence and 5 sentences per paragraph. And again, to iterate, we want to use plain language. And this is good for a number of reasons. Think about how we use the internet. No one reads anymore, right? We scan. So we need to be able to break up our content into bullet points and numbered lists. So people have entry points and, you know, they're on their phones on the bus. They can see the heading and leave and come back and have an entry point to come back to when after being distracted, basically. So we talked a little bit about alternative text. Alternative text can take a couple of different forms, captions and subtitles, and alternative text on images. We really want to make sure that any images or visual information like videos or slideshows have that alternative text. When we create alternative text, the text should really contain the message you want to convey through the image. So if the image includes text, the alternative text should be included, or the text should be included in the alternative text. If your site, God forbid, have a slideshow or carousel, make sure that each photo has alternative text and that users can navigate via the keyboard and have an on and off function. You know, make sure that there's some ability to interact with it. And think about people with vision. This is a little off topic for the captions, but think of people who live with visually induced motion sickness. Having those controls on your slideshow are super important. That way they can turn off the slideshow and not be distracted by the images. We want to be sure that the table data and infographics have very clear headings, and assistive technology users should be able to interpret all of the data presented. So you might need to expand outside of the alt text and maybe have long descriptions or captions for any sort of infographic or data table. If you have audio and video on your site, please be sure to include transcripts or links to transcripts for folks. PDFs. If any of you have worked with PDFs, you know how difficult it can be, especially for legacy PDFs. We want to make sure that our PDFs are accessible, and you do that much in the same way you build a website. They're hard to remedy, but moving forward, you know, make sure that you have like everything tagged in the right order. And then something to think about is you want to make sure that the content that your site links to, you know, the information outside your site that you give, that you flow people to, that's accessible as well. Because folks who rely on assistive technology really need all of that clear alternative text for context. And Miriam said this a little bit, headings are not for style. I'm going to say this again. In your WYSIWYG or editor, if you see that heading drop down, it is not for style. Headings have a function, and people who rely on assistive technology depend on consistent and predictable heading structure. And I'm going to say that one more time. Consistent and predictable heading structure, because that makes it easier for them to consume your information. And predictability is super important for user experience. And headings are one way to, like I said, sort of scan that website and have entry and exit points. And remember, people don't read. So when you do headings, you know, they're the H1 and H6 tags, and they're the HTML headings. The H1 defines the most important heading, and the H6 defines the least important heading. And they're nested like our outlines that we built for school. And there should really only be one heading per page. We're going to wrap it up because we're almost out of time.
So, wrapping it up. So, just to keep in mind, audits are important, not just to the developers, but to the site owners as well. So they just know the status of everything. And this audit can contain different sections, such as technical, UX, and accessibility, as we're just discussing. So when you're reviewing the technical side, you want to make sure that you're looking at the different aspects, from WordPress's just initial reports to reviewing the performance of the site. When you're doing any sort of UX audit, the data is important to make sure that you're making the best decisions. And again, just to reiterate what Amy June was saying, web accessibility encompasses all disabilities that affect access to the web. And it's not just code, it can be content as well. So when you're reviewing accessibility code, make sure to check against WCAG or WCAG standards. And then when you're checking to make sure that your content is accessible, make sure that it's well structured and understandable.
And I didn't go over any of the tools, so I want to do that now. There are lots of free tools that you can use to audit your website. We need to remember that the tools that we use, because they're programmed, can only catch 35, maybe 40% of errors on your site. So there are pay for tools, but here's a list of tools that I like to use that are free. The Lighthouse extension is okay. It's in your Chrome developer tools at the bottom. It isn't as extensive as many. My favorite tool to use is the Site Improve browser extension. Site Improve has a pay for service, but the browser extension, and they don't pay me, is wonderful. It not only tells you the errors on the page, but it tells you what warnings to look for, and it also tells you what manual testing you should do. The Wave tool is it has a very good graphical user interface that's nice to have. And then always remember to use your keyboard for testing as well. So that's it. Thank you. We are out of time, basically, but we both work for Canopy, and you can see our information here. I am Volkswagen Chick across all of the medias.
And I'm on slightly different. So on Twitter, I'm Miri Goldman, and I don't have it here, but Instagram, I'm Dancing Sensei, but that's mainly just pictures of my dog.
We might have room for one question, Tim, or?
Thank you, Miriam and Amy June. That was like a Volkswagen microbus jammed full of information. That was fabulous. I do have some questions for you. So we'll see how we get. We got about 6 minutes left. Does your approach to auditing change? Should it change for different types of sites? Let's say one person has a food blog, but somebody else has an e-commerce site. Does the approach change? Do you focus on different elements of the audit? What do you think?
Well, Miriam, I think that they're run pretty much the same. Don't you think so?
I would agree, yeah, except in the situation of an e-commerce, that's even more you need to look at, because e-commerce, it's its own beast. So you need to also look at that. And there you might even want to look more at security, because you're dealing with financials, and nobody wants there something bad to happen. Like when you're going from your website to the endpoint where your credit card information is going, you want to make sure that is secure. And if you're looking at your code, you want to make sure that you are securing that, even looking at potentially even encrypting that when you're sending it off to make sure that it's there.
Excellent.
Some of that has to do with vetting your third-party services before you install them too. You know, making sure that, you know, you look at how your traffic is going to use that and how that ties into that third party. And then, of course, like there is a little bit of a difference between like a core stock website versus one with modules and plugins and extensions, because as extensions get upgraded, you want to make sure you keep up to date. So it's a little bit more extensive when you have more than just a core site.
Okay, good answers. One question from Sean in chat. Chat is blowing up here. I don't think we're going to get to all the questions, but Sean is asking about mobile development and how to account for mobile in the site auditing approach.
So that is basically going more really focusing in on your code and your plugins, and especially your theme, because we're not talking about developing apps here. We're talking about having your website. Is all your information on desktop available on mobile? Can they get to it? So really making sure that, going back to the theme and responsiveness, is it responding? And going back to what Amy June was saying, similar there, you don't want to have a side scroll. Sometimes you might have to pinch to zoom in, but you don't want to have like text that even if you have better than 20/20 vision, you still can't read. If that's the case, then you might want to look at revamping your styles and everything. So it's just really diving in to make sure that the responsiveness is there, and any JavaScript that may be in the site will work on mobile, because nothing is worse than having some fancy feature on desktop and you're not accounting for it on mobile.
And a little bit more techie too. One thing that you can do is if you have a local environment on your machine, like if you're using like Local by Flywheel or Lando or DDEV or any of those, you can do a browser sync thing where you can run your testing on mobile and have it scroll through the desktop site at the same time, so you can compare compare the performance between the two.
Excellent.
A little bit more advanced development, but that's really worth looking into, you know, if most of your clients are mobile based. And then you can use services like browser stacks or any of those, you know, to do some of your extensive testing. If you don't have like virtual machines installed on your site, it goes back to those user stories. How are people using it? Are they using iPhones? Is that where most of your business is coming from? Are people using Internet Explorer? We have to remember that people who use screen readers are kind of tied to those Microsoft products because that's where JAWS and all of those sort of focus on. So those user stories are really important too.
Nice. One other question from chat here. Should a site audit account for third-party scripts from Facebook or Google Ads or other scripts? Do you look at that in your auditing process?
Not extensively. It's more of seeing which ones are there and noting is it really required, because sometimes, especially if you're like rebuilding a site and you forget to, like you're taking on support of a site, for instance, and it's gone through other developers, people might not have taken out code, and you might just have unnecessary third-party scripts in there. So it's more of just an analysis of, is it really necessary? Because there's not much you can do. If you don't have control over it, it's basically a matter of, do I need this or do I not need this?
Okay. All right, we still have a little bit of time. I want to get this one in if I can. A site audit has been done, and obviously your approach is very, very thorough. After the audit is done, how often do you come back to that site? How often should you come back and do the audit again?
So I'll speak to the accessibility part of it. How trained are your content authors for accessibility? You know, if you train your developers and your coders for accessibility standards, training your content authors is super important too. How often is content being entered into your site, and how frequently is it being edited? Because that can break accessibility part of it. And then as our tools change over time, as user agents become more advanced, the accessibility is really a moving target. So depending on, you know, your finances, who your market is, how important it is for you for an accessibility audit, it should be done at least once a year.
And quickly, just to speak from the coding perspective, I personally would do it if you're doing a major rebuild of a site. I would go back over again, and I would even get somebody who is not familiar with the code to do the audit, because as a developer, you're too familiar with your code and you can become blind, for lack of better words, as to things you may have missed that aren't best for the site.
That is an excellent point. And we have to leave it there because we're out of time, getting close to lunchtime locally and our break here for people who want to have lunch. But thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Amy June, for all of this information about site auditing and the value that it can bring to site owners and to clients.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks
thank you
for coming. And then again, if you have questions, reach out to us. We're more than happy to answer anything.
Yes, I want our folks, our audience to know that Miriam and Amy June are willing to field other questions. So if you have those or you want some advice on your approach to auditing, you can reach them at their contact information. I know Miriam's thinking about being around in Slack today also, if you're a Slack person. And if you'd like to see this video again, it will be available on WordPress TV probably in 3 to 4 weeks. You'll be able to watch it again and get a replay. And with that, we're going to leave it here and let everybody go to their break. If you're local to Asheville, it will be your lunch break. And so you can go to the WordCamp Asheville site and consult our schedule and see when things are starting up again. In about 40 minutes, we'll have a sponsor activity, and then talks will resume after that. So I hope to see you all back soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Asheville. My name is Ahmed Kabishayon, and I'm working as a business development manager at WeDevs. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation, design, polyglots, hosting community, and marketing team. I will be your EMC for this particular session. You are in the back porch track for 1 p.m. with Justin Farrell. Please feel free to add your questions to the YouTube chat feed, including your comments, and we'll answer those at the end. So this session pretty much focuses on building websites. If you've never gotten a call about a website going slow, then you are very lucky. For years, performance on this web has been one of those things that many have tried to quantify. Your takeaways from this particular talk will be, how can I measure the performance of my website in a way that it's consistent and actionable? How can I meaningfully improve the performance metrics I capture? And how can I continually monitor the performance of my website over time? Let's bring in the speaker of this session, Justin. So, hi, Justin. Justin manages digital relative. Hello, Justin manages digital relativities development team, coordinating website projects between the development and creatives team, ensuring that website designs meet client expectation and industry standards. He is an experienced backend developer specializing in responsive web development. He got his start in mobile development almost 10 years ago, shortly after the launch of the App Store, which brings the session, Make It Fast, Make It Last. Justin, take it away.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Ahmed. And thank you so much for having me, WordCamp Asheville. This is going to be not only my first WordCamp, but my first remote talk like this. So I'm pretty excited, optimistic, and hopefully we don't run into anything too glaring on the AV side. So we can jump right in. As Ahmed said, my name is Justin Farrell. I work at Digital Relativity. We're an advertising agency in West Virginia, and we offer a wide variety of advertising services. As a full service agency, you know, we do web development, but we also do media planning, VR, SEO, public relations, social media, digital media planning, all kinds of things, all the things you would expect an agency to do. But today specifically, we're going to be talking about website development, and even more specifically than that, website performance. Because we've all been this person, you know, just patiently waiting for something to finish loading, waiting for something to finish. And from every perspective, it's kind of crazy making, because you're never quite sure as a developer, is this something on my end? Is this something about the code? Is this something about the website? And then from the end user's perspective, you know, you're not totally sure if it's your computer, if it's your browser, if it's your connection. And you end up feeling like this, you know, is it me? Is it you? You're not totally sure what action to even take to fix it or to try to sort it out. And that's exactly why it's so important that we do measure website performance. First and most obviously, we measure website performance because using a slow website just sucks. And we all know that. But there are also business implications for these things too. The most obvious of these is the conversion rate. This is the rate at which whatever our conversion might be, maybe it's requesting information, signing up for a newsletter, making a reservation, buying a product, whatever it might be. This is a graphic from a study done by Cloudflare, and you'll see along the bottom, if you visit wordcamp.tk, the references for all of these things will be available. But with this one in particular, this was a study done by Cloudflare, a performance and security utility that I highly recommend checking out if you haven't. And what their study found was that as the load times increased, the conversion rate decreased. And you can see it gets pretty dramatic. Up around 2.4 seconds, we see what I would consider a decent conversion rate, almost 2%. But as we get closer to the bottom, we're looking at half of a percentage. And that's, if we send 100 people to that page, that means on average, less than one will actually go through the process of, again, maybe it's requesting information, maybe it's making a purchase, and that's no good for anyone. And the second big reason that I think measuring website performance is so important, and it's kind of less obvious, but it's around organic traffic or traffic to a website from a search engine. Might be Google, Bing, Yahoo, whatever the case might be. The vast majority of us are building websites that I would assume we hope people find, that we all kind of hope people will find and use. And for most of the folks, at least the folks that we work with, most of that traffic is coming from organic. It's coming from search. And performance, speed, those kinds of things. Website performance in that context is a very well documented and easily tracked metric that directly impacts ranking in search. We see it all the time. A shiny new website launches and we immediately see organic traffic start to drop in spite of all kinds of new content, a new look. In spite of all of those things, we start to see organic take a hit, and more often than not, it's because of a decrease in performance. This graphic is from Google's Webmaster blog, and it shows pretty clearly what kinds of things Google uses as a signal, as a ranking factor, we'll say, when it comes to determining how far up in those search results a website should be. And in this case, we see core web vitals right there at the top as a measure of performance. And again, a signal for how the website's going to perform in search. And core web vitals in particular are going to be a big part of what we talk about today. So one of the things that I always try to remind people when we talk about website performance is when you think about comparing web development to other industries or other processes that have existed over a number of years, you could compare web development to car manufacturing. We've been manufacturing cars for over 100 years, but seatbelts have only really been a serious consideration for the second half of that time. And when you compare that to something like web development, which is obviously much, much younger and much further into what I imagine its journey will be, odds are we're really not even into seatbelt territory, so to speak, yet. So I think we're just now at a point where we're even starting to quantify performance in a meaningful way. If you've ever tried to measure website performance tools have existed for years. As long as the web has been around, there have been tools that have purported to say, this website is slow, this website isn't slow. And what you have probably found are just weird issues, weird edge cases. I can think of a couple off the top of my head. One story in particular, it was, I want to say maybe 2014, 2015, I was on a call with it was a pitch call. We were talking to someone we wanted to build a website for. And they said, well, we took this website that you built and we ran it through the speed test and it got a 30. Why should we trust you to build our website if this website that you built got a 30? So I asked very politely, please run that test through that test while we're on the call here. And lo and behold, the test also got a 30. That's a funny story, but it has a point. These tools are constantly improving. And regardless of the state of a given tool at a given time, it's really important that we have some kind of yardstick, some kind of measurement that we can use to quantify the performance efforts that we make on the web. You know, even if these tools, even if these reports, even if we're only using them to measure relative changes, even if we're only using these to measure the implications of changes that we make kind of before and after, rather than like an objective measurement, we have to have some metric, something we can point at to say, before I did this work, before I took the time to do this optimization, this was the number. And after I did that work, this was the number. We have to have something we can point to help quantify and measure those efforts. And just want to show, I did bring my favorite mug. I've got R2 here with me for the session today. But, you know, that yardstick, that need to measure, that is where the core web vitals come in. The core web vitals are a kind of website performance measurement initiative announced by Google in May of this year. And really what they do, you know, I mentioned page speed insights, that test from that call a few years ago, but Google has had Lighthouse, page speed insights, tools like that for years. And it was always kind of hilarious. Like, you would run your website through them and like from day to day, the scores could be different. Even hour to hour, and especially between the various tools, it didn't feel very consistent. You weren't totally sure which of those numbers was correct and which ones to act on. So Core Web Vitals is an initiative by Google to kind of take all of those different performance tools and consolidate them down into 3 specific metrics. And one thing I do want to point out about Core Web Vitals, I've seen a few other sessions in the schedule about Core Web Vitals at WordCamp Asheville today. And I would highly, highly recommend checking out all of them, because there are some great presenters, and I am sure there's going to be a ton of great information about Core Web Vitals that I would highly recommend checking out. But at a high level, because we're going to be talking more about like measurement and acting on the numbers than the actual like how the numbers are gathered. But just at a high level, what I would point out is the 3 metrics: largest contentful paint, first input delay, and cumulative layout shift. Largest contentful paint, LCP, this is the actual measurement of like loading performance. How quickly does the page itself just become visible? The second one, first input delay, this is going to measure interactivity. So to provide a good user experience, the Core Web Vitals kind of suggest that the page become interactive, that the user be able to engage with the page in less than 100 milliseconds. And this third one, cumulative layout shift, in my opinion, this is probably the most frustrating, and it's probably the one that we as users have seen the most, even if we didn't have a name for it. And that's how dramatically the page changes over the course of its loading. So if you can imagine looking at a page and going to click a button, and then that button kind of shifting beneath you, so that you're actually not clicking on it because something came in late or something loaded after the fact, what you're seeing is what's called a cumulative layout shift. And those are the kinds of things, again, that Core Web Vitals is measuring. These are the metrics that we're going to be looking at improving hopefully over the course of the talk today. So there are a few different ways that you can measure these core web vitals. We're going to go through some kind of an encompassing graph at the end that covers all of them. But in my opinion, there are three big ones. The first, and probably the one that if you've used these tools in the past, you're most familiar with, is going to be Lighthouse. And this is built into the developer tools in Chrome. And if you're using the new version of Edge based on Chromium, Lighthouse is in there as well. So this one I do recommend using in an incognito tab because your extensions can have an impact on this. You know, if you've got, I'm trying to think of a good example, maybe an ad blocking extension installed and you run Lighthouse with that extension active, the performance numbers that you're going to see are going to be affected by that ad blocking plugin. So you're not necessarily going to get real world numbers. This is also going to be taking into account things like the speed of your computer, the speed of your internet connection. So with Lighthouse in particular, I do like using this one because again, it's right there in the dev tools. Odds are you're in there already if you're in the process of building a website, but it is going to be skewed a little bit because again, your extensions, your browser, your internet connection, all of those kinds of things can weigh in on that. The next option, Page Speed Insights. This is the one that, again, kind of pre-core Web Vitals, I mentioned making that the funny story from that phone call. This is measuring the exact same metrics. We're still getting, you know, those big three that we saw there earlier. But the difference is that Page Speed Insights is going to be doing this measurement in a laboratory setting. So it's going to be a much more controlled environment. This isn't going to be something where the speed of your computer, the speed of your internet connection, those kinds of things aren't necessarily going to weigh in on this. But the flip side of that is that you're going to get what they refer to as field data. You're going to get some information you can see about the previous 28 days and other pages on that domain, other pages from, they call it the origin, but other pages on that domain and how they perform. So you can see in this example, we're not just getting first input delay, largest contentful paint, and cumulative layout shift numbers. We're getting what those numbers have been for a certain segment of users over the last 28 days. So a lot of really cool info in here, but it can be a little more, we'll say, cumbersome to use this because again, you're only getting really detailed information about the one page and it's not built into the dev tools. The third measurement tool that I want to look at is Google Search Console. So this one is very, very specific to organic traffic. You know, back in the day, this was really something that I think was largely the focus of folks working in SEO, and dev teams may not really be getting in the nuts and bolts here and looking at this. But in my opinion, the performance monitoring, especially since the release of Core Web Vitals, that's built into Search Console is super, super helpful. You can see over on the left, it's going to break out the performance site-wide on every page, and it's going to do it for mobile and desktop. So in this example, you can see we had about 170 URLs on mobile that needed improvement in some way. There was something wrong with them. And then around, looks like July 19th, something happened. We'll get into what some of that could have been, but looking at this example, we can see on July 19th, something happened and we kind of crossed a threshold where those went from just needing improvement to being poor. Same deal with desktop. We can see we have 138 labeled as needing improvement and 19 that are labeled as good. So you can see it's kind of nice having those split up because even within these tools, the rules on mobile are a little more strict. You know, the expectation that folks may not necessarily be on broadband. They are probably on cellular. They probably have limited connectivity in some way. Having those metrics kind of, I don't want to say skewed, but they reflect the realities of those different classes of device. And then over on the right, you can see if we drill down further, so, show me open report, that blue button in the top there. If we drill down even further and say, what about these URLs is poor? What is that metric? What we can see is that it's cumulative layout shift. In this case, we can see how cumulative layout shift has trended. We can see how many URLs are impacted by this. And hopefully that arms us with enough information, to see like what changed on that day. In this case, what changed site-wide on that day, because it's obviously impacting every page. It isn't just one. So Google Search Console, again, great tool for the ongoing measurement of this. It's kind of out of the way, so to speak, in the same way that PageSpeed Insights is. It's not really built into the dev tools. It can take a while. I've seen it take up to a week before you really start seeing these metrics roll in. So it's not something that I would say, actively during development, hour after hour, you're iterating. That's really not where it's going to help. Google Search Console is going to be your best bet for optimizing these things post-launch, keeping an eye on them. So with that, kind of armed with what these metrics are and the three kind of best ways to measure them, I think we can probably start getting into some code and some of those real world examples that we were looking at. So one thing that I do want to point out going into this, when we start looking at some of these ideas and some of these concepts, I try to recommend very strongly that if you're not really familiar with things like the WordPress queuing system, or we'll say like just the basics of like actions, filters, kind of theme and plugin development kind of stuff, you're going to want to tread very, very lightly. This is an area where, especially when you're looking at like an existing website, working in an agency, knowing other folks that work in agencies, oftentimes you're not just optimizing a website as it's being built, but again, as these tools kind of change and evolve, you're going back and trying to optimize websites that have been built months, maybe even years ago. You're going to very quickly find walls. You're going to run into things where you have to be ready to break things. It's very possible you're going to run into issues that just there's no good answer for. They weren't accounted for at the time, and there's no way to go back and do it. So I would just say there is gold here, but there is also a dragon. So tread very lightly when going through this territory. So if you've ever run one of these reports on a WordPress site, one of the really common threads that I see pop up in here all the time, honestly, probably the most common thing that I see come up in those core Web Vitals reports for WordPress sites is render blocking resources. And in this context, what that means specifically is a script or a style sheet that is being loaded in the head. If you're familiar with like theme development, when you call WP header or WP footer, these are scripts and style sheets that are being loaded in WP header that are preventing the rest of the page from painting, from loading while those assets come in. And part of the reason that this is such a common issue with WordPress sites is because if you've ever done custom theme development, when you enqueue a script, by default, unless you override it, the default for that function is to stick that script in the header. With enqueuing style sheets, unless this changed very recently, there is no way, short of hooking into WP footer instead of WP header, there is no way to get those into the footer within the enqueue style sheet function. So what you end up with is a lot of CSS, a lot of JavaScript being loaded in the head before the actual content can render. A lot of theme and plugin developers, myself included, for years have done it this way because from a development standpoint, it's safe. There's never a question of, will my JavaScript be available? Will my CSS be available? Will my assets be ready? They will always be available, and they'll always be ready regardless of whether you need them. And at the expense of the rest of the content and how quickly it appears, you know, throwing everything in the header like that, your assets will very much be available, but it's probably on pages where you don't actually need them. And it's going to be at the expense of everything else that's loading. But without editing those core files, without editing those plugins, maybe you bought an off-the-shelf theme, without editing those things, we as developers, be it a theme developer or plugin developer, there's still things we can do about this. So I mentioned earlier that at DR, we do primarily WordPress development of custom themes. So these are going to be bespoke, single-use themes that we've designed and built from scratch. But these exact same principles could be applied to an off-the-shelf theme. I know one of the sponsors, WP Engine, absolutely love their hosting, but since they bought StudioPress, we see a lot of folks on WP Engine. Really just can't recommend those guys enough. That is my favorite host. It has saved countless hours, but regardless, since they bought StudioPress, we see a lot of folks using those Genesis themes that come with WP Engine. And in a situation like that, where you're using a really nice, really high-end theme, you still may be loading assets in the head that you just don't need. So maybe in that context, you're better off doing some of what we're about to talk about, like in kind of a one-off plugin, just putting that code somewhere that it can be separated from the theme, so that the theme can continue being maintained alongside this plugin where you're kind of doing your custom optimization work. So let's say we've run Lighthouse, we've run PageSpeed Insights, whatever the case may be. We've run a core Web Vitals report. And what we have found is that there is some JavaScript and there is some CSS that is loading in the head that we either don't need on this page or we just don't need at all. In this case, you can see I've got 2 lines highlighted here. Hopefully that's big enough. That first line that's highlighted, this is a part of the WordPress core, and it's the emoji JavaScript that comes with WordPress core. And then below that, one that I have in a small orange box, this is the CSS for the block editor, the new Gutenberg library that comes with WordPress. So these are both core files. By default, they're going to be loaded everywhere because they're a part of the WordPress core. And I think as everyone kind of knows, you never, ever want to edit the core files directly. You know, when we talk about like there being dragons and there being danger, nothing good can come from editing the WordPress core files. But we still need a way to say we're not using these. So in this case, like the block library, maybe we're not using that on the homepage. Maybe we have like a custom template, a custom page template, but specifically where we're not using the block editor. And in the case of emoji, maybe it's something like, we're really only using emoji in our blog posts. Maybe we don't need them on pages. So what can we do about it? The emoji, and again, the references, these code samples, all of that is going to be at wordcamp.tk. If you head over to that domain, I've thrown all of the references and a bunch of other resources onto a page on GitHub so that you all can check those out. But with this one specifically, removing the emoji, not a big deal. It's a core component of WordPress, and as you would expect, there's an action for it. It's rolled in. But with that JavaScript, if you're like me, this is probably the first place that your head goes. You know, when I'm going to flip back just a second, this orange box right here, you can see what I have that orange box around is the ID. The ID of that link tag, that's actually the handle. And this is the case for style sheets from plugins, style sheets from themes, whatever it might be. Anytime someone is using the WordPress queuing system and loads a style sheet, it's going to have the ID of the handle. So over here, if you're like me, the first place your head goes is, I'm going to add an action to enqueue scripts, and I'm just going to deregister the block library. But again, say we need it on every page but the home page. If we just go this nuclear option, it's just going to be gone. And there may be situations where that's applicable. But let's say for the sake of this example, we actually do need that CSS on every page but the home page. Easy enough. Throw that conditional around it is front page, and that should take care of it. But what we run into then is that at this point in the action timeline, is front page doesn't actually work. Is front page doesn't actually return the expected value at this point in the action timeline. So again, this little helper function right here is going to be in the references, but what we run into is the need for a function like this. This is one we use internally called getTimelessID, and essentially it's a wrapper, it's a helper function. But to take the current URL and use URL to post ID, which is a built-in, like a core function, and get the ID of the current page, regardless of where in the timeline we are. So armed with that, what we can see, excuse me, what we can see with that is this the ID of the home page? But we can take that a step further, because as if you've done theme and plugin development before, you know, once you have the ID of a post, you can really pull anything from there. That could be a post type, a post author. There are really no limits there. Anything that you can discern with a post's ID, you can use as a conditional in this context and say, we don't need that JavaScript. One good example of something that we've used this for in the past that involved like a commercially available plugin, it wasn't something like a theme that we built, was for the Tribe Events calendar plugin. We use this calendar plugin all the time. In my opinion, it's the absolute best calendar plugin for WordPress. It's very widely supported. It has great SEO tools built in. But one of the things that the event calendar plugin does, all of that CSS, all of that JavaScript that handles kind of that calendar front end, that calendar UI, by default, that's loaded in the head on every page. So what you end up with is, you know, things for like the Ajax requests that calendar plugin uses, the styles for that actual calendar layout. You may be on a page that has absolutely nothing to do with events, and those things are going to show up in Core Web Vitals. So that is a perfect situation where this kind of thing can come in handy. It's a great plugin. It's widely supported. Again, absolutely love it. But when you're really getting into like what I would consider like hot rodding a website, like when you're really trying to optimize it, those are the kinds of things that you really start looking at. So moving out of the code and into something a little less treacherous, I want to talk about optimizing creative assets like photo and video, because this is one of those things similar to render blocking where there is so much room for improvement, but more often than not, it's simply out of the hands of the dev team. Either another team internally is uploading those assets. You know, it might be your content team posting blogs. It could be creative dropping like photos in, whatever the case may be. Or as is usually the case, you know, if we've built a site and we've kind of handed it off, we really don't have any control over what assets get uploaded to a website after that. So in a situation like that, what we recommend at a minimum is a tool called Squoosh. Silly name, absolutely incredible tool. it's a web app. So you can just go to squish.app, drop a JPEG in there. And this red panda example actually comes with it. And I love using this as an example because you can see that little slider in the middle. You can drag this left and right to make sure you haven't compressed a photo too much. And I'm still not actually sure if it's the left or the right that is the compressed side of Squish, because it's just so good you can't tell. You can see this photo has no noticeable loss of quality. The pixel size is exactly the same, and there in the bottom right corner, the size of this has dropped almost 70%. So we recommend any photo going into WordPress is one thing, but I mean, photos going into email newsletters, whatever the case may be, highly recommend dropping those into Squish. Another alternative to Squish that I'm a pretty big fan of is called ImageOptum. This is a native Mac app, and it's a little bit on the older side, but it has some advantages over Squish, in my opinion, in that it can do PNGs and SVGs, and it can do multiple files at a time. You can see the URL for ImageOptum there at the bottom. They have another tool called Image Alpha that is specific to PNGs. Just a ton of really great options out there. And again, these are all in the references. One more passive option on the WordPress plugin side is called Smush, not to be confused with Squish. And Smush can actually do some compression on photos as they're uploaded. So this can resize photos down so that there's kind of a ceiling on how big those photos can even be. But it also has some lazy loading tools built in, just a ton of really great stuff built into this. But I will say the free option of Smush, I would consider a complement to something like a Squish, where you're really going to get kind of dramatic savings in compression. To consider this an alternative to something like ImageOptum or Squish, I would say go with the paid version. And then the other piece of creative that we see a lot kind of taking up space is video heroes. These are very, very popular. And, you know, they're front and center. They're right there at the top. They're the first thing the user sees. And the big opportunity that we have found with the video heroes is around the poster attribute. In HTML5, that video tag, the video tag has a poster attribute, and that is essentially what does a user see until this video starts playing. Without that, it's just going to be blank, and then a video is going to start. With the poster, we usually use the first frame of the video, so they see that big, beautiful creative. And if you can imagine like a photo that just starts to move rather than a video that just kind of drops in, you know, you can imagine like a waterfall, fall leaves, whatever it might be. You've still got that really gorgeous opening shot of the first frame, and then it starts to move. And we actually do so many of these internally that we actually built a Mac app to speed this process up. We call it Frame Builder, and you can feed this any video, and it will just give you a JPEG of the first frame of that video that you can use as the poster. This is something we've only used internally. We don't really distribute it in any meaningful way, but this is going to be available in those references that I mentioned earlier. It does require the most recent version of Mac OS, so your mileage may vary, but we get a ton of use out of this, and I thought you all might too. With the videos themselves, Handbrake. This is an open source video transcoding tool that there are so many options and so many presets built into Handbrake. You could probably fill a 45-minute session just talking about Handbrake, but there are a ton of really good options in here for compressing video. And in those same references, we've included some Handbrake presets that we use internally for optimizing video heroes, like 1080p hero, how should that be compressed? 720p hero, how should that be compressed? Cutting the audio, things like that. And those are also in the references. So the last of the three kind of specific scenarios that I wanted to go through, this one can be a little harder to pin down and a little harder to work around, but it's worth discussing because these can make a really meaningful impact on those metrics. So one of the performance metrics that you'll see when you run any of those Core Web Vitals reports is the impact of third-party code. And this is going to be any code that isn't coming from your domain. This could be fonts from something like a Google Fonts or Adobe Typekit, but this could also be like analytics tools, tracking tools. And I'm not sure how many of you all work at agencies that are doing work like kind of outside of development, but like digital marketing and other kinds of advertising work. But these marketing tools definitely can have an impact if used improperly. You know, if you're the person on the dev team building the website and and you work on a small team, you might even be the person placing these tools. On bigger teams, you know, you might have like an ad ops team or something like that who is placing those. But regardless, there are definitely performance implications for some of these. And I highly, highly recommend taking an eye to these and making sure that what you're loading is what you're actually using. The tool that I would use or recommend that everybody use for placing and managing tracking code like that is called Google Tag Manager. It's a completely free tool. And essentially what this is going to do is give you, the dev team, one piece of JavaScript that you place. And then from that point forward, all of those analytics tools, all of those measurement tools are managed in the Tag Manager UI. You know, every time a marketing campaign starts, every time a newsletter goes out, whatever it might be, you're not having to get in and, you know, edit that production website to alter those analytics tools. So using Tag Manager is going to make a lot of what we're about to talk about much, much easier, because it's going to save you the heartache of having to go through and manually change that production website. One other tool that I use just for seeing what analytics tools are on a page is called Ghostery. Ghostery has some like ad blocking stuff built in, but honestly, the most useful part of Ghostery is being able to see what analytics and tracking tools are being used and how long they take to load. It's not uncommon to fire this up and see that, oh, that whatever the case might be, that remarketing tag, that conversion pixel, whatever, from 5 years ago is still being loaded on every page. And it's just chewing up resources, you know, collecting data that may not even be in use anymore. It may not be relevant anymore. One example of that is heat mapping. I've heard a few sessions this morning where heat mapping has come up, and they're super, super popular tools. We use one internally called Hotjar, but even once those heat maps end, if you don't go back and remove that heat mapping code, that JavaScript, you know, regardless of whether you're actually collecting anything, that JavaScript is still going to the end user. That code's still being loaded. So highly recommend getting in there, you know, again, just kind of taking that critical eye to the analytics tools. One in particular that I wanted to kind of show, and in my opinion, what is probably the biggest culprit in this arena is the Facebook marketing pixel. So if you're doing any kind of digital advertising right now, if you're running Facebook ads, whatever the case may be, there's a really good chance that the Facebook marketing pixel is on your website. And what we found was that there is a ton of stuff, more stuff than is necessary, happening in the JavaScript for the Facebook marketing pixel. And if you look further, there's a version of this included that doesn't use any JavaScript. You know, you can see kind of a couple lines up, all this is really tracking is page views. It doesn't need to do much. It literally just needs to know, did this person see this page? And that can be done with that image tag, but by default, you're loading that entire JavaScript library, and it's just huge. So for the folks that we work with, we, if at all possible, you know, take that Facebook tracking pixel and just whittle it down to that image tag. And what we find is that we get the exact same measurement, but we usually see the lighthouse score go up 10 to 20 points, depending, by removing the rest of that tracking pixel. And again, I know I said this at the beginning of this example, but Google Tag Manager is just going to make that so much easier. Not having to get in there and kind of page by page get into the code and deal with those tracking tools, you're going to be way better off using something like Tag Manager to make sure that what you're loading is what you need to. Oh, there we go. So just really quick, because we're running up against our time here, just some key takeaways really quick. How can I measure the performance of my website? Those core web vitals, these are going to be your best friend. The 3 tools in particular that I mentioned, Page Speed Insights, Search Console, those Chrome Dev Tools, Lighthouse, those are the best. And you're going to get consistent testing out of those, but with varying conditions for each. How can you meaningfully improve those metrics? How much of the code you're loading is actually being used? Look at those plugins, look at those themes, see what they're loading. Are the assets being uploaded the right size, shape, and format? How big is that photo? How compressed is that video? Does the video need to be that big? Those kinds of things. And then finally, what tools from third parties are being loaded, and are you even using them anymore? I have to imagine that a lot of us have opportunities for performance savings out there just by removing tools that we're simply not using and probably haven't been for a while. And then how can I continually monitor the performance of my website over time? Google Search Console, again, this is a free tool. There's a ton of other information, kind of SEO focused in there, but Google Search Console is going to give you, again, kind of that passive over time reporting on a page-by-page basis with that breakdown with mobile and desktop. And that takes us to the end of the slides. So Ahmed, how are we looking on questions?
Oh, that was a great session. I was paying attention, but we only have a few questions, which I think justifies the time that is remaining. So I will request our technical team to post a question. We have only 3. The first one comes from Rick Blakemore, and he's asked, what are the tools with or in Search Console? Are they reliable?
So within Search Console, again, you're going to get those core web vital measurements. You're going to get those performance measurements that we kind of talked about. But beyond that, you're going to see things like, how does my domain rank in Google for particular keywords? What is my website's ranking for particular keywords on certain dates? So one of the things that I use a lot is kind of year-over-year comparisons in Search Console. So you can say, how did we rank for best pizza this July compared to last July? And if we're ranking worse for best pizza than we did last July, what can we do to get those best pizza numbers up?
Yep, everyone loves pizza. So are these tools reliable? Would you say they are?
So again, these performance tools are improving all the time. I still feel kind of strongly that I don't think we're in seatbelt territory yet with measuring performance. So, I mean, don't be surprised if these tools get better. They're definitely better than they ever have been. But the other tools in Search Console for measuring what I would consider, like, again, SEO things, marketing things, those are so dialed in. They've been around for years. I mean, there's always room for tools like that to improve, but the non-performance tools built in the Search Console, they're rock solid. They've been around forever.
Thank you for the answer, and thank you for the pizza example. So Rick asks another question. What about time to first byte, or TTFB?
Yeah, so time to first byte is one that you should be seeing in those reports. It's something that'll show up, and typically time to first byte in the context of WordPress is just the speed at which data is received by the browser. One of the best things, and I actually heard this earlier in the website audit session, and it was so nice to hear, like, from another dev team that they see this too, with WordPress in particular, page caching. Anything you can do to cache those pages and prevent that PHP stack from having to run from top to bottom is going to help time to first byte, because looking at themes, looking at plugins, things like that. Every page request in WordPress that is 100% dynamic, there's just a lot going on there. So with time to first byte in particular, you should be seeing those. You should be seeing that metric in most of those performance reports. And page caching. Anything you can do to make those pages a little more static is going to help improve that.
Thank you for that. The last question comes from me. It's very shortly. I just want to know, is it worth hiring a provider in order for your website to speed up?
Do you mean like a hosting provider, or like maybe someone to come in and audit performance specifically?
Someone from the third party.
I absolutely, like, if you're at a point where you're considering bringing in a third party, you've probably answered the question already. Because if you're even thinking about it, odds are there is something that you just haven't gotten to the bottom of yet. I would say most folks working in agencies, working with like existing websites and things like that, they should really be handling that for you. But if you're in a situation where, you're a small business, you're kind of handling your own website, somebody built it 40 years ago, absolutely reach out to those third parties, because they're always going to be able to find things that if you're not in there every day, you're not going to.
Thank you so much, Justin. We're actually out of time. Thank you so much, and we hope that you had a great experience attending WordCamp Asheville. And I want to also thank everyone who's attending the session with Justin and myself. You can continue the conversation using Twitter at @developerjustin. That's one word. And don't forget to attend the next talk, Brand Identity Witchcraft with Aviva Campbell, at the same track at 2 p.m. See you right here after the break. So Justin, take care of yourself, and everyone, bye-bye. To WordCamp Asheville once again. My name is Ahmed Kabishayan and I'm the Business Development Manager working at WeDevs. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation design, polygons, hosting community and marketing team. And I will be your EMC for this session. You are in the back porch track for the 2 p.m. talk with Abiba Campbell. Please feel free to add your comments in the YouTube chat feed and we will try to answer questions at the end. So this talk talks about leveraging the sorcery and science of data-informed creativity to bewitch your audience and enhance your web presence. Your takeaways from this talk are: discover why the most influential brands employ both analytical savvy and creative magic to spellbind their consumers, learn how to conjure relevant data, wield the power of research to create transfixing content. So we will be discussing more about Aviva. So great messaging can change the world. It is an essential truth guiding Aviva's career as a writer and digital marketing strategist. With a passion for building mission-driven and arts-focused brands, language and psychology fascinating her and inform her approach to brand identity and optimizing content creation. It's an approach that combines storytelling, demographics, research, advertising know-how, and technical prowess with focus on search engine optimization. On that note, I welcome our first lightning talk, Brand Identity Witchcraft by Aviva Campbell. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm really excited to be here, and I'd like to just kick things off by introducing myself. So, as Ahmed said, I'm Aviva Campbell, and I've been working as a writer, a brand and marketing consultant, and a SEO strategist for about a decade in various capacities. I've worked as an entrepreneur, I've worked for nonprofits, I've worked for creative agencies, and much of my career has been spent here in Asheville. Although I have worked with some national brands as well as some local startups. And a lot of the work that I do is in creating what is called a brand identity. And to me, brand identity or brand messaging, it is a form of witchcraft. What's it all about? Well, I think that words are very powerful, and I do think that messages can change the world. I think that words are central to the work of both witches and writers, and that there's a huge difference between there's not a huge difference between a well-crafted sentence and a well-crafted spell. In my experience working with entrepreneurs and national companies, we're kind of trying to create the perfect synergy of emotional resonance and relevant information to invoke a particular response in the consumer. And that definitely feels like magic sometimes. But one thing that I've noticed is that a lot of the folks who are trying to produce this response in their customers or potential customers, they're kind of falling into one of two pitfalls. And one is that they're just being overly analytical, and they're not really like thinking about their human side and what their buying journeys have been like throughout their life. And the other side of that coin is that they're being very creative and artistic and really not paying attention to the search queries or specifics of a particular demographic. And what I try to bring to the table is a combination of both research and data, as well as creativity and passion. So let's talk a little bit about, I apologize, my slide is not moving to the next screen. There we go. Oh, it went too far now. Okay, so I thought I would give y'all the definition of a spell. So a spell is used by witches as a magical ritual or concentrated form of energy, usually non-religious in nature, and often accompanied by spoken words. It should always be clear, concise, focused, and emotionally resonant. In the digital world, there are various incantations or spells that we use to show up in places where we weren't before, or to win over the hearts and minds of consumers. And these are the three types of spells that I generally work with. Metadata, which refers to title tags, meta descriptions, and photo tags, as well as several other things. But those are kind of the main functions that I work with as a writer. They are central to both Google and to the user experience. And so they're really important, and every word that we use in metadata that we write needs to be incredibly specific. I kind of call meta descriptions internet haikus, because I feel like if you don't have the perfect cadence and the right amount of syllables, then you're just off the mark. Like, you really have to think them through. And there are meta descriptions that fail miserably, and meta descriptions that have probably made companies thousands of dollars just by the way they invite folks to enter their website and therefore enter a portal into a new world and spend their money. And yeah, again, if that isn't really witchcraft, then I don't know what is. So another kind of spell that digital writers and SEO consultants use often is just in kind of creating web content, which can be a broad spectrum of things. It can be blog posts, the static pages on a website. They could be landing pages, and then all of the little components of each of those pages and posts. So from the headlines, the calls to action, the interlinks, the links to other media, all of that is really, really important and strategic, and needs to be well thought out, and needs to be coming from a place of authenticity and passion, but also from a place of knowledge. And that's where, again, that synergy of research and creativity come in. The third type of spell that a lot of entrepreneurs, writers, marketers use, and that I use often, is social. So that could be Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Those are, LinkedIn. Those are probably the four main platforms. And our spells are not just in the copy that we use on a post, but in how we tag those posts, right? And sort of how we curate demographics for a social ad, something like that. Again, there's a lot of information that you might want to collect before you go ahead and push those words out into the world to see what will happen. Pardon me, I'm just trying to get to the next slide. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's get into some examples of some really amazing brand spells that have been cast upon consumers and have worked really, really well. Warby Parker is well known for their kind of modern and savvy take on the world of optometry, and they're more affordable, but they're also more fashionable than a lot of brick and mortar places. So they're also really, really great at SEO and using metadata perfectly. So you'll see that their title tag, which, by the way, if you don't know what a title tag is the clickable link that shows up when your website ranks in a search query. So if somebody were to type in prescription eyeglasses online, Warby Parker's site might show up, and you would click the first part here, glasses and prescription eyeglasses, Warby Parker. And then the meta description is the little bit of text just underneath the title tag that you can't click on, but that Google shows. And the meta description for Warby Parker's homepage is prescription eyeglasses starting at $95. Find a new pair today with our free home try-on program. Fast, free shipping both ways. For every pair sold, a pair is distributed to someone in need. Okay, so if we want to break this down just a little bit here, I think that we can tell very clearly, even if you're not a marketer, that their keywords, their targeted keywords are eyeglasses, glasses, prescription. What they've also done, and what they clearly communicate, even just in the little snippet of copy that you see on Google, is that they care, right? They're giving a pair of glasses away to someone in need for every pair sold. So automatically there's a sense of alignment and trust that's being built. So not only are they just kind of applying some of the more technical aspects of good SEO, they're enticing people already. They're already defining their audience and trying to speak directly to them, which is a really hard feat sometimes when all you have are around 200 to 300 characters to really quickly get the message across about what your website or your web page is going to do for your searcher. So they do a great job. And, oh, Bella, sweetheart, give it a talk. This is my 8-year-old daughter. Guess that's the benefit of conferences at home during COVID. So I want to talk next about Impala roller skates. And they have a really amazing and rapidly growing social media following, particularly on Instagram. And they have a good amount of Instagram ads that actually have landed in front of me. And I'm a former ice hockey player, and I've been kind of like wondering how I can have some excitement during the pandemic. And I ended up buying a pair of Impala blades. And so, you know, having been from Connecticut and New York, and having ice rinks around me, I never really got on blades. And anyway, Impala completely hooked me. And it was their messaging, and it was their aesthetic, and it was their values, which were all clearly conveyed. And so their Instagram spells obviously worked on me, and I'm sure they're working on a lot of other people. But yeah, so not only like do they tell you kind of what they're about, their commitment to quality, their commitment to equity, and their love of skating, whether that be roller skating, inline skating, or skateboarding, you know, they just put that all together so concisely with a really beautiful aesthetic. So the words play really well with the photos, and then the hashtags are very intentional too. And you'll see there are only 5 hashtags there, but each one is very intentional, and they haven't strayed really. If you take a look at their Instagram account, you'll notice that they use these hashtags repetitively over and over and over again. And they've obviously identified them as very high value. They're branded. So you'll notice that in most of their hashtags, they use their company's name. And sometimes they don't. Sometimes they'll use the generic version. So instead of saying Impala roller skates, it'll just say roller skates. Studies have shown that when Instagram accounts are using around 11 tags that are well researched, they have a 12.6% increase in engagement. On Twitter, on the other hand, if 2 well-researched hashtags are used, there's a 200% increase in engagement. And I think it's on incinc.com, where they state this information and give you these statistics. They say that there's also like a 43% increase in the chance of your tweet becoming retweeted. So hashtags really do increase engagement. They do make exposure happen to a much broader and larger audience, especially if you're using hashtags within a social media advertising campaign and you have some spend, some ad spend going on there. So Impala, they got it down. Pencils of Promise has an incredible blog. And so I wanted to point out that this nonprofit is using their title tags and headers. And again, for those who aren't as familiar with some of the more technical aspects, headers are the headlines, but also kind of they're largely important. They're hugely important in terms of Google rankings. And so your headlines and subheaders throughout an article or a blog post or a web page in general need to be keyword rich, but also enticing. So yeah, I love Pencils of Promise because they do a beautiful, very authentic job of storytelling, and they have a lot of the components you need to create that alchemy and that sort of magic spell of keywords and technical prowess, as well as the emotion and the human-centric qualities of their writing. And it makes for increased traffic. It makes for, you know, very shareable content. And then also Google and the algorithms are going to rate them very highly too for their targeted keywords. So I want to talk a little bit about where you can find some tools to do some keyword research and some hashtag research. All of these tools are free. There are subscription versions of some of these websites and software systems, but for the most part, you can spend $0 and get a lot of the information you need to start crafting very intentional content and brand language. So Google Keyword Planner is one of those resources. And of course, what you'll do there is you'll enter keywords that you feel are relevant to your services or products. And then Google will share with you how many times that search query was entered by various Google users. You could curate that demographic too. So if you want to see the search query results from a particular state or from the whole country, you can set those parameters, and they'll also recommend associated keywords to use. That goes for Moz as well. Moz is a really great website that gets a lot of information from Google databases. They have a free version of a lot of their searches and software programs, and they also have quite a lot of subscription-based programs, but they offer competitive analysis. They'll look at some of your backlinks and your competitors' backlinks. I mean, they do a variety of things to really show you the digital landscape around your service, your industry, and your brand. And then lastly, I wanted to mention All Hashtag. Allhashtag.com is a great resource in terms of looking for the hashtags that have the most activity and the most devoted followership, which is really kind of a nice tool to use if you're launching a new product or you're just trying to increase exposure around your brand. Because a lot of companies do use brand specific hashtags that they'll create themselves, but they might combine that with some of the more generic, already established hashtags that are out there. So yes, do take a look at that if you're trying to take your social media presence up to the next level. And let's see if we can get to the next slide here without too much trouble. Close. All right. Apologies here. Okay. Okay, my friends, so the last slide is really just a closing slide, and it's got my contact information. If anybody has any questions or wants to follow up, they can email me. My email address is avivacampbell87@gmail.com. That's AVIVACAMPBELL87@gmail.com. And yeah, I hope that I've been able to kind of show you why it's important to employ both your passion and authentic storytelling and creativity, as well as the research and the data around the industries that you're in or the services that you offer. Without both of those components, you really won't be effective in growing your digital presence. So yeah, I hope you got a little something from this, and you can see, like I see, that this really is a magical combination of elements, and can be extremely powerful when used intentionally and appropriately. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aviva, for the talk. I'm sure that was a great, insightful presentation for our viewers. So just reminding everyone about the next session, which is happening in the same track, Back Porch, images using sizing and compression with Wesley Lewis at 2:30 p.m. See you right here after the break. Bye-bye.
All right, 1 minute. All right, 30 seconds. All right, have a good show, Wesley.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stop my video and then I will count you in just a second, Ahmed.
Thanks.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Asheville once again. My name is Ahmed Kavi Shayon, and I'm working as a business development manager at WeDevs. Once again, I will be the EMC for this session. You are in the back porch track for 2:30 p.m. talk with Wesley Lewis. Please feel free to add your comments or questions to the YouTube chat feed, and we will try to answer those in the end. Do you want your site to be blazing fast? Do you want to pick the right image for the right place? If your site is sluggish, you probably have improperly formatted or sized or compressed images. Your takeaways from this talk would be understanding image types and their places, get help with plugins, how images help to site speed, accessibility, and SEO. So Wesley is an experienced speaker, leader, and WordPress enthusiast who, after suddenly and unexpectedly losing his job several years ago, set out on a journey to do WordPress full-time. Today, he's the owner of 180 Digital, a small boutique digital agency in Jacksonville, Florida, focused on serving local small businesses and nonprofit. Viewers, enjoy our second lightning talk, images, usage, sizing, and compression with Wesley. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be here. Excited to be at WordCamp Asheville. Just be a part of everything that's happening here. Excited about this talk because it's something I feel like is really relevant. We all use images. We need to know how to use the right kind, and we need to size them correctly. We need to compress them correctly in order to have the best websites that we can. So introduce myself. Again, my name is Wesley. I'm the owner of 180 Digital. I'm a husband, I'm a dad, a pastor, and also an entrepreneur. I started 180 Digital about 4 years ago now, after suddenly and unexpectedly losing my job. I had 4 small kids and was married and completely lost my income, and then pivoted to starting a digital agency. Things have been going great. Was able to grow my agency to 6 figures this year. So it's been a wonderful wild ride, and I like to give back to the community whenever I can. So this talk, we're going to be talking about images and why are images important. Just hit this real quickly. Number one, images are important to a site because they communicate faster than the words that are on the screen. So the content, images communicate faster. That's why we've seen across the board them move to more and more prominence on social media and other things. They help us set the tone for the sites that we build, whether it's a fun site, a serious site, whether it's an attorney site or a kid's site. It all can be set by the tone of the images that you use. They also can be used to draw attention of the users. So we want them to look at a certain thing. Well, we're going to put an image there to kind of draw their attention to different places on the website. But more than that, they create a great user experience. They create a better one because no one likes just text and just content. They want it to be dynamic and interactive. So we use images to do that. All those are good things, but the downside is that they greatly affect the load time of your site. So if you're not using the correct images and you're not resizing them and compressing them, more than that, you're probably going to end up with a site that is sluggish and running slow. So what I want to do is quickly go through a few things here that basically give you some ideas and some tips and tools. And at the end, I'll show you kind of my process about how we can use the right image, optimize it, and then use it on our website. So make sure that they are running good. So the first thing about images is you need to know what the right type of image you should use. And real quickly, I'm sure we're all familiar with this first type. JPEGs are great. They're good. They compress well. They can really be compressed, lossy or lossless, and they're best for photos. We use them all the time. That's probably the most common image type on any website across the board. So those are great to use. The next one is a PNG. We love using PNGs because they support transparency. They are lossless in quality. They don't compress down quite as much as a JPEG, so they do end up with a little bit larger size, but they are also a web standard image type. So, no matter what browser or device someone's going to be using, they're going to be able to view a JPEG or a PNG. Those are all great things. We use those a lot. SVGs. This is something maybe a lot of people aren't familiar with. An SVG is actually a vector, and I actually put there, it's code. It's actually code that you put on your website, which means since it's a vector, it can scale large and small, and you can scale it large and it doesn't lose any quality and doesn't take up any more size on your website. So it's really cool because you can scale it with no image degradation at all. And typically these are best used for icons, logos, simple colored images, where you're trying to show something very simply or add some dynamic to your website. The thing is with WordPress, it does require plugins, and there is some security issues with SVGs. A good example of a plugin you can use is just called SVG support to be able to add the ability for you to add SVGs to your media library in WordPress. So I encourage people to use them, understand what they are, make sure to get SVGs from reputable sources so that you're not uploading any kind of malicious code to your site. But there is a security issue there, so it's good to know about that before you start doing it. Kind of the new kid on the block is WebP. WebP is fantastic. Everything you hear about it is great. It provides better compression and better quality. Even so comparable with a JPEG of the exact same image, it's going to be 25% smaller, or according to the size, than an equivalent JPEG. So that all sounds good and everything. It also supports transparency, which is what, the PNGs to it. So it's kind of like the marriage between JPEG and PNGs. But the issue is it's supported by most, but not really all browsers. So the thing for us is we have to make sure that we have a fallback to WebP. While it can be something that we use, it's not something that everyone will be able to see. It does require plugins to be able to create those, and you can use Imagify, Short Pixel, Smush. Some of those can create those WebP images for you. So understanding the right type of image and where it needs to go is crucial first step. The next step is we need to optimize and resize those images. So when we think about optimizing our images, we need to be thinking about mobile and site speed. This is important. So first and foremost, I'm going to think most people are going to be viewing this on a mobile device. I also need to make sure that I'm not going to make this image so large, much larger than it needs to be viewed on that mobile device so that it can load as quickly as possible. I always kind of start with my design hierarchy. As I'm building and designing a site, how does this image fit in the priority of the whole site? Where is it going? Is it going to be a hero, kind of the header of the image, a card? Is it going to go in multiple places? And the reality is all these things work together to help me to decide what kind of size and quality do I want this image to be. Because obviously, if it's going to be a hero image, I want it to look sharp. I want it to look good. If I'm going to increase my overall page size, I'm probably going to spend that capital in a good hero image because it has such a great impact. And the reality is not all images are created equal. Not all images need to be the exact same size. Some of them can be compressed more. Other ones need to be compressed less so that you don't lose any quality with those. So optimizing and resizing your images. After we optimize and figure out what image is going to go where, we have to resize those. It's important for us that we resize the photos for the place that they're going. And I just kind of create typically different sizes for each images. I just put some examples up here on the screen of typically what you're going to look for, whether you're using an image for a hero or for a page header or for maybe a half screen or a card, just some examples of some sizes that I often use. And when I decide I really like an image and I have one that I really want to use, I'm going to create several different sizes of that image and then be able to use those. Also, I'm going to do this before I even upload things to my site. I'm going to use a program called Photoshop. Most of you are familiar with that. There's some other great ones, Affinity Photo, GIMP. Even WordPress has a built-in editor where you can resize the actual pixels of a photo. But I'm going to actually do that before I even upload it to my site. That's my typical way of doing things. And the thing is, I don't want to save it at such a high capacity or such a high quality that even the compressor plugin that I'm using on my site really doesn't have the ability to be able to do a whole lot with it. So I want to make sure that I have it the right size to begin with. And as I save them, specifically with a JPEG here, I'm typically going to save them at 60, which is about a medium type resolution or quality size. That's more than sufficient. And sometimes depending on how large the photo is in the design, I may actually knock that down even to 30 just to make sure that I get my site as fast as possible. The third thing that we need to do with our images is compress them. It's important. Ways to compress images. You're probably familiar with some of the plugins that I've listed here. We can use things like Smush or EWWW or Short Pixel or Imagify or Resmush it. I've used all of those on different sites. For the most part, they all work about the same. We could do a shootout of which one works best in another thing eventually. But there's also some other ways to do it, like web apps. TinyPNG has been around for a really long time and is a great solution for you just to drag and drop your images on there and have them resized or recompressed, have them compressed down than just being kind of raw. As well, the squish.app, compressor.io are other websites that you can go to be able to just drag your photos in there and then compress them. So between doing the resizing and now the compressing, some other ways you can do this. I use a bulk resizer and compression program on my computer before I upload them. So Faststone Image Resizer or even Batch Photo on a Mac are all great choices to be able to use on your computer before you even upload them to your site. And not all images compress the same. So if you get an image that you really love, but it's really a simple images, maybe it's a black and white, you're going to get that image size smaller because it's just not as complex, as I have as many colors. So make sure that you understand that not all images are going to compress to be the same size. So it depends on their image complexity, and colors all kind of play into that. But I'm going to make sure that I do all these things before I actually even upload them to my site. So compressing and resizing are crucial. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to test. Always give a test. Now, this isn't really so much a speed talk about websites and building them fast. It's just about particularly images. But I'm always going to use tools like GTmetrix or tools.pingdom.com or Google PageSpeed to be able to understand where my site is and how fast it's going, and if there are any images, because it's easy when I build a site to somehow overlook something that was was an image I just forgot to resize for some reason. I was messing around with it and I just started using it, or I downloaded it from Unsplash or something like that and started using it but forgot to compress it. So I can use these tools to help me be able to find any images that maybe didn't get the attention that they needed. Some final tips here. We just have about 6 minutes left here. Personal practices, what do I do? Well, number one, we're all building a site. We're all typically doing a mock-up. That's where I'm going to make the choices about my images and decide what goes where. I'm going to kind of, in my design hierarchy, I'm going to understand the most important image and maybe the not so important images. We're also very familiar with kind of H tags, header tags and things like that. Well, think about that from a design perspective with your images. What's going to be your H1? What's going to be your H2? What's going to be your H3? So that you can understand, maybe with my H3s, I can put a little more compression on them to kind of resize them down to make a little bit more room for my H1s. So those images that we have are great. Make sure you understand where they're going to go. After I review and finalize my image decision, I'm going to do an initial resize and compression with Photoshop. I'm going to go in there and make sure that it's roughly about the size that I know that it needs to be to where it's going to go. I'm going to upload it and then compress that with a WordPress plugin. So any of those that we listed, choose one of your favorites there, and you can use one of those and then compress that image again. So there's multiple steps to this. And finally, I'm going to place that image in its position, and then I'm going to review it and test it and optimize it again if I need to. So it's kind of going through these typical practices and having these habits in place when you build websites that keep your images from getting just out of hand and unwieldy. So what are some things that I wanted to share with you if your site is running slow? Okay, so let's say you're not building a site, but you've already got a site. You're trying to determine what's the issues going on with that. Number one, I would recommend that you go to gtmetrix.com and troubleshoot that. You can look at your total page size, which is going to tell you how big your size should be. It shouldn't be too big. You're going to look at the waterfall in GTmetrix to understand. You can organize that by images, and then you can organize the results from there to what the largest to the smallest image to see what images are the largest on your website. Then you can go back and resize and optimize maybe the ones that are too big for kind of the easiest wins on your website. And then also, I like to go back and consider, can I use an SVG for this, or could I use a WebP? Is it something that I have to have a JPEG or a PNG for? Because if it's optional for me to use SVG, that file size is going to be much lower, and my site is going to be that much faster. So I try to use those when I can. So I'll go back and evaluate those. So consider using some of those when possible. Number two, set up caching. And for your images, it's just very crucial, extremely important that we go ahead and load some of those site assets up front so that they go faster. And a good example, I've listed some caching plugins on there. Make sure, this is just an internal tip, make sure you turn caching on. Don't just install one of those plugins and then forget to turn it on. Make sure you're lazy loading those images. And there's lots of great plugins to be able to do that. Again, WP Rocket, Smush. It's also just now built into WordPress 5.5 for all images. So if you haven't upgraded your WordPress installation, do that, and it should be on by default. So make sure you have those. And then lastly, make sure that you're turning those things on. Some final tips here. I like to aim for a total page size of 2 megabytes or lower. The lower it is, the faster your site will be. Now, a lot of that depends on your hosting, of course, but I'm typically going to try to aim for a page size that's lower than 2 megabytes. Even lower than 1 megabyte would be fantastic. I want to try to keep my images under 200 kilobytes. I'm going to use lossy compression when I can to really compress my images down to make sure that they are as small as I can possibly make them. And then I'm going to use some of the tools I mentioned earlier to test those from different locations to know what's the real world site speed for the site that I just built. So kind of using some of those really helps you to be able to get your site in order and hopefully be able to get your site faster by compressing and resizing and hopefully optimizing and using the right kind of images for that. Just a few more tips here. Make sure to include alt text. That's good for accessibility, page readers, and SEO. And if you have a global audience, consider using a CDN. So that's my talk for this morning. I just want to say thanks again. Have the privilege to be able to be here at WordCamp Asheville. Love the community there in the town, and be glad to shoot me out any questions if you have any. Thank you.
That's a great presentation, Wesley. So we actually enjoyed that. I personally love the tips. We have a few questions. Let's just jump right into it. So the first question comes from Jennifer Jones, and she asks, what photo editing software do you recommend to prepare photos or etc. for the web?
Okay, great. Yeah, I talked about the, I'm deep into the Adobe suite, so I do use Photoshop. I use that first to resize. Of course, I'm editing images and things like that. So I'm going to use those and then export those to web. So save those for web optimized images. That can really give you some choices on how you want to do that. But if you're not into that, Affinity Photo is a great one. The Affinity suite has lots of good products in it, so I recommend that. But even I put on there GIMP. GIMP is a completely free photo editor, and that's better than not using anything. Go in there and resize those images correctly. So those are kind of my top go-tos.
So Jennifer asked a follow-up question to that she's familiar with Photoshop CS6, but she wants to know if everyone can afford it. But then again, you've already mentioned the free ones. Here's my question. How would you rate between the free ones and the paid ones? Very briefly.
Yeah, real briefly, let me say this, it's all partially what you're used to using. I've been in Adobe for a long time, so that's my go-to. But then Affinity Photo has really come on the scene here in the last several years. And I know quite a few people who, just for budget reasons, don't want to get into, paying monthly fees and subscriptions with Adobe, and they use that and they absolutely love it. GIMP used to be kind of a bigger thing. I know a few people who use that now, but that's for the extremely budget conscious. So I definitely would kind of recommend, if you're looking for a great tool, Affinity. But I also mentioned in there that WordPress has some built into WordPress. So if you go under your media manager, you can click and edit an image and then be able to resize that in there, which can help you. So even if you don't have any of those other tools, WordPress has you covered. That's one of the great things about WordPress.
Next question comes from Audrey. You already gave enough tips, but Audrey specifically asked for tips about full-size images for press to download. Any tips on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a full resolution image to download, I'm typically going to make that image about 2 megabytes. I mean, if it's something, it's a stock photo, or say you're sharing images for people to be able to print or something like that, 2 megabytes is still a pretty large image, and it can be something that's not too large for whether they're on a mobile device for them to be able to download that on their mobile device. So make sure you're thinking through not just desktop, but mobile as well, because it gets too large, you're going to use up their data. They're not really going to be happy about that. But for the most part, I'm going to try to keep that under 2 megabytes for a kind of full res photo.
Right. Last question comes from the Script Diva. What about preloading images?
Yeah, about preloading images. So that's kind of where some of these things like the caching plugins and the lazy loading come in. So to really help your site be as fast as possible, even using a CDN or something like that, to really be able to pull in those images from either faster server. So kind of depending on your hosting, maybe you're using kind of a cheaper host and they're just not giving you the performance you need. I would say recommending that you could either upgrade that hosting to something a little bit faster, or potentially even use a CDN to be able to deliver those images. I know it's, I'm trying to think, the Automatic has Jetpack. Jetpack has a CDN where they will host those images for you to be able to speed up delivery of those images. That's even a viable option if you're looking for something to kind of speed those up and do it from outside of your hosting environment.
Thank you so much for your insight, sharing the tips, and of course the experience. That's what I like the most from this talk. So viewers, don't forget to attend the next talk, which is Web Vitals for WordPress with Adam Silverstein at 3 p.m. here at Backporch Track. And in order to continue the conversation, you can follow Wesley at 180dig. That's one word, at the rate of 180dig. And also be sure to visit the Ask an Expert session and our sponsor booths going throughout the day, including the kitchen track and other track. You will find these links to the sponsor booth at the official site for WordCamp Asheville. And also you can join the closing remarks followed by the ice-breaking social at 4:10 p.m. Until the next session, we say goodbye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Asheville once again. My name is Ahmed Kabishayon, and I'm working as a business development manager at WeDevs. I'm also a regular contributor to the Making WordPress documentation, design, polyglots, hosting community, and marketing team. I will be your EMC for this session. You are in the back porch track for the 3 p.m. talk with Adam Silverstein. Please feel free to add your questions to the YouTube chat feed, and we'll answer those at the end of the talk. So, Web Vitals is an initiative by Google to provide a great user experience on the web with measurable quality signals. This talk explores how WordPress developers and website owners can check, monitor, and improve Web Vitals. Your takeaways from this talk are: what are Web Vitals and why do they matter? How to measure and monitor Web Vitals? Fine-tuning WordPress for Web Vitals. So the speaker for this talk, Adam, is an active WordPress core committer and a developer programs engineer in the content ecosystem team at Google, where he focuses on making open web better for everyone. Adam loves long rafting trips, playing bira, travel, taking walks, and tending his oversized garden. Viewers, be amazed with this informative talk that I am personally looking forward to as well. Web Vitals and WordPress. Adam, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I'm super excited to be here today to talk about Web Vitals. Definitely leave questions. I know you probably will have questions as I go, so just put those in the chat. We're going to collect them and I'll answer them at the end. So yeah, Web Vitals. You've probably heard of Web Vitals, but maybe you haven't. So Web Vitals is an effort by Google to improve user experience on the web by providing repeatable measurements or metrics that we can use to sort of measure user experience. Now, measuring user experience is not an easy task. I think traditionally we've thought about speed as our main metric that we look at on the web. How fast is my site? But you'll see as I get into the details here that Web Vitals tries to dig a little bit deeper and get at really what is a good user experience on the web. That said, we know that we didn't get this perfect. A lot of effort went into defining these Web Vitals. However, we do plan to revisit them every year. So on an annual cadence, we plan to sort of announce refinements or changes to these Web Vitals to try to improve them and really have them gauge what a good user experience is. So we can think of Web Vitals in these sort of three buckets of what a user experience is on your site. Is your site loading? That's the first bucket. What's happening? You know, how quickly does the content appear to the user? The second is the site interactive? Can the user actually interact with the site? It's fine if the content appears, but until they can start scrolling or opening things, it's not that great. And then the third thing is visual stability. You know, this is kind of, is it this delightful experience of a solid bit of content loading, or are things shifting around while I'm trying to interact with the page and you know, trying to read even and things are shifting down. So that's not a great user experience. So these are kind of the buckets that we're trying to measure. And we do that through these core Web Vitals. Largest contentful paint to measure the loading experience, first input delay to measure interactivity, and cumulative layout shift to measure visual stability. And you can see that for each of these metrics, there are thresholds that are considered good, needs improvement, or poor. And as a general rule, your goal as a website owner should be that 75% of your visitors are in that good part of the range for each of these scores. And I think one thing I want to just sidetrack here is to say that this is about actual visitors to your site. So we can measure these metrics by using tools that I'm going to talk about, like PageSpeed Insights. But what we're really getting at here is how do actual real users interact with your site. And that's going to vary by who those users are and when and how they interact with your website. So it's important to understand that there's a difference here between what you can reproduce in the lab and what your actual users will experience on your website. And that's why this metric is about what actual users will experience. So by now you probably already have a bunch of questions. And I just want to point out that there are just tons of details about all of these things on the web. My colleagues maintain this site web.dev, and there's pages for each of these metrics that goes into detail about what they exactly mean and how to measure them. So there's really detailed information about each of them. And then there's also articles about the science behind these metrics, how we came up with them, and also why the 75% threshold. So all that's available on the web. There's a ton of links here. I will have one link for you at the end of my talk that will be a link to a page that has all of the links in the talk. So don't worry about getting these all down. I'll give you one easy link at the end. Again, at the top here, it says RUM metrics, real user metrics. How do we collect real user metrics? I'm going to talk about that as well. But let's dig into these core Web Vitals. I like to start with cumulative layout shift because it's just an easy one to understand. I think we've all had this experience of trying to interact with a web page and the content is shifting around, even just trying to read something and some content pops in and shifts what we're reading down, so we have to scroll again. It's a very frustrating experience as a user. So it's easy to understand why this needs to be good to have a good user experience. I love this slide because it just illustrates, you know, cumulative layout shift gone wrong. This is the worst experience of cumulative layout shift. The users trying to click no, go back, but then right before they click, you know, something pops in above the form, it shifts the whole thing down, and instead they've clicked yes, place my order, and you can just tell by how the mouse is moving that they're frustrated. This is kind of the worst that it gets. But in general, this is what we're aiming for is this content stability. So how do we address content stability in WordPress and cumulative layout shift? So first of all, a really critical thing is ensuring that all of your images include width and height attributes. And to accomplish this, super easy, upgrade yourself to WordPress 5.5. Between 5.0 and 5.4, we did not include these attributes and images. And the problem with that is the browser doesn't know how big the image is going to be until it's loaded at least part of the image. By defining the image attributes, width and height attributes ahead of time, the browser knows just how much space to reserve. And therefore, when the image loads, it doesn't have to shift the content around. And this same thing applies to every bit of dynamic content on your site. So this is especially true for things like ads, any kind of JavaScript-based thing, so things that load in after that initial page load. It could be a form or a poll, a discussion forum. One note here is that if the element loads in before users have reached it on the page, so for example, a discussion forum all the way at the bottom of your page, that's not a problem. It's only a problem when the user actually sees the content shifting around. But for all of these elements, you can predefine how much space the element is going to need. And in the case of an ad, for example, where you don't know what size that's going to be, just reserve as much space as the largest size that you know is possible in that spot. And if it's a little bit smaller, that's okay. There'll be a little bit of white space, but it's a better experience than having your content shift around. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is my image. Oh, this is my image to remind me to take a little break, take a sip of water. I hope everyone's doing well out there. This represents stability. I think it's stable. If it's been there a long time, it's stable. Largest contentful paint tries to measure when the user experienced the page as loaded. What it's measuring is when is the largest element on the page loaded. And that's an indication of when the user is going to experience that page as fully loaded. In the past, we might have measured something like first contentful paint. When does the page start loading? But what we're really getting at here is when does the user feel like the content has loaded? There may be more content loading down below the page, but once that largest element on the initial viewport loads, that's the point where we've had that largest contentful paint. And hopefully that's on the good end of the spectrum. That happens within 2.5 seconds. So here's the largest contentful paint kind of illustrated for you in a time strip. In each slide here, the green part highlights the largest element that's loaded so far. All the way at the end there, you can see the largest element that's loaded, and it's that large banner image. That's what's when you've reached largest contentful paint is when that largest image has loaded. So how do we address largest contentful paint in WordPress? Well, often it's that big image that is going to take the longest time to load. So I'm going to say it's pretty important to optimize that image. Now, WordPress does optimize images as you upload them, automatically compresses them using JPEG. However, JPEG is not the most efficient way to compress images. And also that automated compression is not going to get you the same level of compression that you can get if you manually compress your images. So I highly recommend you check out this Squish tool. It's a web app, so you can drag, you can use it right in your web browser. You drag an image up. It gives you a slider where you can see kind of before and after the compression that you're applying, and it supports all the latest compression formats. A lot of these are supported natively in modern browsers. If not, there's shims that allow you to use them in native browsers or to serve the alternate image that you need to for browsers that don't support it. These new image compression formats are way, way more efficient than JPEG. You can often cut your image sizes down in half or a quarter with just a little bit of effort and no loss of image quality. So this is a huge gain for you in terms of the speed that these images can load, and that's going to affect your largest contentful paint. My companions colleagues did a deep dive on it. There's a YouTube link. Again, all the links will be at the end. One other point that I wanted to mention is the lazy loading of images that we added in WordPress 5.5 is an awesome feature. It lazy loads all the images on your page, and that's now natively supported by browsers, so we don't have to use JavaScript or anything like that. However, if you know the image is already going to be in the viewport, adding the lazy loading attribute actually will slow the browsers down from loading it because they won't as eagerly request and load that image as they would if it did not have the lazy tag. So that was mentioned actually in this Make post that I have linked here, and there's also a description of how you can remove that attribute from your hero image or your featured image that's going to appear right in the top. So you can get the browser to, as eagerly as possible, load that image. Finally, image CDNs are a great way to speed up your image loading. They often also will do on-the-fly image resizing and compression for you, which can be super helpful. And most of the big image CDNs, of course, have WordPress plugins. So using image CDNs in WordPress is as straightforward as enabling their plugin. So that's definitely something that's worth looking at. This is another slide to remind me to take a little break, and we can see here a super fast animal. And speed is important. I don't want to say that we shouldn't pay attention to how fast our sites are, but I think one of the things that we're getting at here with these core web vitals is it's not just about speed. And how your users perceive your site is not just about the raw speed of how fast is it able to deliver the website to your users. And I think this next one, first input delay, really helps illustrate that. So what first input delay measures is the time that it takes the browser to respond to user input. So the page is loading, it's starting to load, it's starting to render, some styles have loaded in, maybe it's not fully rendered, but at some point the user starts to interact with your page. And so this measurement is the time between when the user starts interacting and when the browser actually responds. And so it really is a measure of how busy is the browser. If the page is chock full of scripts and trying to, and the layout is incredibly complex, the browser may be quite busy when the user tries to interact with it, and then you'll get that kind of janky, unresponsive website that we've probably all experienced a time or two. And I think, you know, we can kind of think of apps on our phone or even apps on our computer, if you can remember those, computer programs that you would install. You know, those are sort of like the guiding poles for a great experience. You can think about a mobile app, maybe like the WordPress mobile app or an app that you might use to hail a rideshare. And these they load instantly. They don't require a network connection to work. You can switch between screen and screen instantly. They respond to your touch very quickly. If they don't respond to your touch, they probably have just crashed. This is the way we would love websites to be. Websites can be just as good, and that's what kind of first input delay is trying to get at here, is how quickly can users actually interact with the content that you're showing them. Now, this is a user measurement, right? This is only something you can measure by having real users interact with your site. They're going to click on different things at different times. You can't really test this with a robot or in the lab. So what you can measure is something similar, which is called total blocking time. And this measures the total time that the main thread is blocked long enough to prevent user input. So the main thread is processing JavaScript. It's trying to render something. How long does it take before it can take input? So when it becomes blocked to when it becomes unblocked. It's a different measurement, but any improvements that you make in total blocking time are likely to also improve your first input delay scores. So let's look at first input delay in WordPress and how we can improve it. So first of all, anything that's CPU intensive or complicated that's loading on your page is going to affect your first input delay. And one great thing we can do in WordPress to address this if it's being caused by a plugin is disable the plugin. So a great strategy you can take here is to disable all the plugins on your site, check your FID or your total blocking time score, and then one by one re-enable your plugins and see if there's a plugin that has a big effect. Consider whether you really want to, you really need the features in that plugin. Does it really need to be having such an effect on your site's performance? Another thing you can do is use a plugin that will concatenate those script and CSS loads. There's a bunch of different plugins that do it, so I'm not going to recommend one, but this will sort of simplify the path that the browser has to take to load your content by kind of combining scripts into a single load. The async tag is also useful if you have scripts that are still loading on the page, but you don't need them to render immediately or be processed immediately. You can add the async tag, and that will tell the browser, okay, you can take your time processing this script, load it when you get to it. And even though the async tag is not supported directly in WordPress, it's fairly easy to add it using a filter, and I've provided a link for how you can do that. Caching is worth mentioning. Caching can happen at many different layers. So it can be on the server where you've got object caching. It can be at the edge where you've got a CDN serving up your content. It can even be in the browser, right? So if you have something that you're writing in JavaScript, consider what data you need to get with each load. Can you cache that data? The less work that the browser has to do to get the data that it needs, the quicker things are going to load, the quicker things are going to become interactive for your users. So that's what you're aiming at here, is trying to sort of minimize what the browser has to do before users can start interacting with it. And then I'm going to mention AMP here. AMP WP is an awesome plugin that my team helps create. I'm going to go into it a little bit more at the end, but AMP is a format that provides kind of guardrails for performance. It has these web vitals in mind in its architecture. So out of the box, it often provides super great scores for all of these web vitals. And I'll talk about it a little bit more, talk about the plugin and how you can try it as well. One more little slide to remind me to take a break, take a sip of water. Got about 10 more minutes here, 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to get to your questions. So let's talk about how you monitor web vitals, because you're going to want to pay attention to these. You're going to want to improve your user's experience. And one other thing that I should mention, it's not really a focus of this talk, but these web vitals will become part of search engine ranking signaling. So Google has announced that page experience is going to become part of the ranking signals for search. It's going to happen sometime next year, so it's not something that's happening immediately, but it will affect how you do in search. Having a good user experience is going to help you. And also, it's important for your users, right? So that's the main thing here, is we're trying to create a better user experience for everyone on the web, to keep the web viable. So all the tools that Google provides now measure core web vitals. So that's everything from Lighthouse, PageSpeed Insights, DevTools, the Chrome User Experience Report, Search Console, and there's even a web extension just to measure core web vitals. So we're going to go through each of these reports, and each of these tools, and see how you can use them, why they're different, and what context you use them in. Again, I've got links to everything. You'll have one link at the end that will give you all that. So this is Chrome DevTools. If you're a developer like me, you probably spend a lot of time in Chrome DevTools. This is where you can just check out what's happening on your page. And there's a new section here for experience, where you can check out, click on Layout Shift, and it will show you what items have shifted on your page and how much they contributed to the cumulative layout shift score. And you can click on each of those layout shift items to see what shifted and how much it contributed. So it's great for debugging specific things on your page. It also now shows total blocking time. So you'll see that at the bottom of your page loads, again, in the performance tab. And that gives you, again, the information that you need to try to improve your first input delay. And the slide is blank. There it goes. And the last one is largest contentful paint. So you can see in the timings tab, the LCP. When you click on that little tag there, it's going to actually highlight in the visual preview which element had caused that largest contentful paint. So this DevTools is just great for debugging and working with your content to figure out exactly what's contributing to the scores. PageSpeed Insights is an awesome online tool that you can put in any URL into their little box, and it will run a report against that URL. It gives you both mobile and desktop data, and it gives you both lab and field data. So lab data is the data where it's hitting your site and it's measuring the performance. The field data comes from the Chrome User Experience Report. So this is a set of about 6 million, maybe more, origin URLs that are data is collected from them from Chrome users who have opted into data collection. So as these users visit those sites, their browsers collect and then report back data to a publicly accessible database of actual real measurements from these sites. And if you're one of those sites, you can get that data right in PageSpeed Insights. In addition, PageSpeed Insights does a great job of providing recommendations for how you can address each of the things that it finds could use improvement. And in addition to providing recommendations, it provides WordPress-specific recommendations, which is really cool. So it's going to give you actionable items that you can take on your WordPress site to help improve the performance. And by the way, The WordPress Stack Pack, which is what drives that, is an open source project. So if you have something that you think can be improved, you can add that contribution back onto that project. Lighthouse is another tool that's available to measure web vitals. It's built into DevTools, but it's also available as a node script. And there's also a Lighthouse CI tool, which is a GitHub action. So you can run the report, for example, on each pull request against your repository. And there's a browser extension. So you can install that browser extension and then see the reports as you visit different websites. There's also a Chrome extension just for Web Vitals. This is really fun. You install it on your browser, and then as you're browsing around the web, you can just see how different sites are performing. So it's kind of it's fun to actually just have it running in your browser, and it's a little distracting actually because it keeps changing, especially the cumulative layout shift, but it is super interesting. This is probably my favorite. The Web Vitals JavaScript library is a tiny JavaScript library that you install on your website. And what it does is it measures users' performance as they visit your site. So it uses browser APIs that measure all of these core web vitals. And then as the users, when they finish their session, like when they're leaving, it sends this data off to your analytics provider, which could be Google Analytics or another analytics provider. Once you have that data for the web vitals captured in your analytics provider, you can then run reports on that data, and you can actually see your data over time because you're capturing it for your real world users. And again, just to emphasize how important it is to get real world data, which you may not have that in the Crux database if your site's not one of the popular sites. Collecting real data is going to tell you how your site's actually performing. Right? These other tools that test your site, when you're testing them, that's going to capture a snippet of time when you're checking your website right at that moment. But it's not the same as when people actually visit your site. Maybe there's a big event, everyone comes to visit your site at the same time, so it's heavily under load. Maybe your visitors tend to visit your site on their mobile devices and they don't have great internet connection, so they're all experiencing your site over a 3G mobile connection. Maybe your visitors tend to use low-powered devices, so their experience of how quickly things become interactive is much worse than what you experience when you test it. So real-world user metrics are what is the most informative and most helpful for you to take action upon. I did include a gist here. It's like a mini plugin. It's a tiny little plugin you can install on your WordPress site that will add this script. You do have to configure it with your analytics. I think you have to already have analytics configured on your site, I should say, because it just uses the GA object to send the data off. But you can also go to this Web Vitals GitHub, which again, I've linked in the end, and you'll be able to learn about how it works and install it if you want yourself. We're also going to add it into SiteKit, which is something, SiteKit is a product I'm going to talk about in just a minute. This is, I think, the last one, or is there one more? So Chrome user experience, I've talked about this a couple times. It's the data that we collect from Chrome users. If your site is in this database, it's an awesome tool to use. You can build your own dashboard using this Chrome UX Dash link here, and it builds this beautiful dashboard where you can see all of the data from the database, but specific to your site. It even shows you the data over time, so you can see how your scores are performing and increasing or decreasing over time. And again, this is real world user data. So this is super helpful information that you're going to see how are users experiencing your site. And this is collected, again, by Chrome users as they're browsing around on the web. Last one, Search Console. So Search Console is where you go to find out about how your website's doing in search, where you're appearing, clicks, but it now also provides this field data, so you can see how your site is performing. And you can also group that by poor performing URLs. So it's a really quick way to see all these URLs on my site have this performance characteristic and need addressing. So it can be super useful as a way to sort of analyze your overall site content, see what's performing well and what isn't. All right, last chapter, we're going to talk about some WordPress tools that can help you monitor and improve your web vitals. SiteKit. This is near and dear to me. I've worked on this project for quite a while now. This is Google's official plugin for WordPress. It brings in all of Google's services. We plan to keep developing it over time to add more features. But for right now, what you're going to see when you activate it is you're going to be able to bring in your analytics and your Search Console data into one kind of single funnel see all that information right inside your WordPress. And you're going to have this page speed and experience section that shows you web vitals, both from the lab and the field data if it's available, and also for desktop and mobile. And you can see this data for your homepage or for any individual page on your site. So it allows you to check how individual pages are performing. You can also check before and after, say, activating a new plugin. One thing that we'd like to add here is being able to track this over time. Currently, it just shows you like a snapshot of how your site is performing right now. But in the future, we hope to add something that will kind of track that over time, perhaps integrated with analytics. So anyway, check out SiteKit if you haven't already. It's just a great way to bring this data right into your WordPress and just see how your site is performing at any time. You can get this data right just by logging into WordPress. You don't have to go use any other tools. I mentioned AMP before. The AMP plugin just released their 2.0 version, which was a huge milestone. You may know AMP as a frustrating technology that you have to deal with as a web developer to be listed in the carousel. That's not what AMP is anymore. AMP is a super powerful platform for building sites. It has a whole range of components. It can be used as a standalone technology, but the cool thing about using it in WordPress is that by enabling this plugin, you convert the output of your WordPress site into AMP HTML, which has these guardrails that provide a really great web vitals experience. So AMP has all of these limitations, you might say, or guardrails that ensure a great user experience. And what's cool about the plugin is when you enable it, if you're using compatible themes and plugins that are compatible with AMP, you basically have the same experience on your website. It looks the same, it functions the same as you did before you enabled it. And you can use this now both for desktop and for mobile. So you can get a completely different experience for users, much faster typically than a regular HTML website, without really a lot of loss of functionality or appearance. So I would encourage you to check it out. There are some limitations. There are some things that don't work correctly or don't work at all with AMP. So there are some trade-offs. However, it is a really great way to get to a super performant site. Most AMP sites do meet all of the core web vitals, that 75% hitting the good threshold. Although there's no guarantee, you can certainly mess things up on any platform. But it is a great tool, and we are lucky in WordPress to have such a super well-supported and actively developed plugin that does a tremendous job of solving all the intricacies for you. You can still use all the stuff you're used to in WordPress, and you wind up just outputting something that's much faster than your theme would normally output. So worth checking out. You can enable it, check it out, see how your site responds. If you don't like it, you can turn it off. So there's that. And you can also use it in a paired mode where you have your desktop site running on your regular theme and then your mobile site running your AMP HTML. So check it out. One other project I want to mention, this is the last thing I'm going to mention before I get to questions, is the Newspack project. This is a project that I'm working very actively on. It's a collaboration between Google and Automatic. And what we're trying to do is build a first class, best in class product for small news publishers on top of WordPress. So this means creating an experience that's fast, that's flexible, it's built on top of Gutenberg. And what you'll see if you go to the open source plugin, which I've linked here, the whole project is open source, is that the plugin is kind of an orchestrator. It brings in other plugins and tools like the AMP plugin, like SiteKit. It also has the PWA plugin, so these sites are offline. They're able to be run offline. These sites are super performant. It also has there's a couple of themes and child themes and some plugins that provide custom blocks. And all of these tools are designed to work together and also designed to create a really performant experience at the end of the day. So I think it's worth checking out. It's not like it's going to be great for every website. It's not really designed for every use case. However, it is a great tool to check out because you can just sort of see what best practices are, what all the different tools that are out there, what all the different things that it uses are and how they're put together to build this great experience. And this is just to leave you with just like a screenshot of what Newspack, these are just some layouts that it creates, which I think are, just illustrate the kinds of things that you can build with it. So that is it for my talk. I was right at 30 minutes, which I thought, so I think we have a good bit of time left over for questions. Hopefully you have some questions for me. There's the link to all of the links that I've had in this talk. So write that one down when you go to that URL, bit.ly/web-vitals-links. You'll just get one page, hopefully, that has all the links in the talk. So thank you very much. I think I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much, Adam. I paid close attention to the slides and your talk. I actually posted a few questions as well, but we do have a few questions, so we'll jump right into it. So starting with the question by Evolve LLC. So Evolve basically has a detailed question. I'm going to break it down. So the first part of the question is, what do you say about WebP image formatting for mobile? That's the first question.
Yeah, so I am not an expert on all of the different image formats. I know there's actually a new format that's come out that I think is called AVIF that's super powerful. I don't know what the level of support is across browsers. I think that's what you're asking about, is what browsers support WebP. And that is definitely something that you need to look into before you switch to just using WebP. But like I mentioned, you can provide the image tags in a way that the browser will fall back to the image format that it does recognize. So you can have that better compression format that maybe you're not sure all browsers support, and then a fallback image that the browser will use if it doesn't support that format. That would be my recommendation. But I don't know the answer to what level of support there is.
So here's the interesting thing. We have two follow-up questions to the same question. So the first follow-up is using Imagify to optimize images for mobile separated from desktop. Any comments on that?
Yes, I'm not familiar with Imagify. I guess that's a plugin. Definitely, there's a lot that you can do in terms of mobile versus desktop, right? So you can provide those source sets, so you get different images served for different users. You know, if you really are paying attention to it, you may even crop your images differently, right? If you leave all this stuff to the automated tools to do, sure, it will work. The WordPress will serve your image, but it may not be cropped where you want it. It may be loading a larger image that's needed than it needs. So if you can provide those alternate image sizes and then serve those up, that's going to provide a better experience for sure.
Right. Thank you. Multiple times mentioned that you are not the expert on that topic, but there's the last bit of the question.
Yeah.
Using WP Rocket plugin and lazy loading that WordPress implemented recently. Any comments on that?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with WP Rocket in particular. Does it do full page caching? It's a full page caching solution, right? Yeah, so I mean, those are kind of two separate things. So full page caching, at least I'm pretty sure WP Rocket does that, is going to basically be, you know, every time someone visits your pages, right? If it's a dynamic page, the web server has to kind of generate that page. It has to crunch the PHP, do some processing work, and generate the HTML that it's going to serve up to you as a user. The caching plugin is going to cache that, so there's no longer time to generate on the server. So the page itself is going to be delivered to the user faster. So what that's mostly going to help with is things like first input delay. It's going to mean the user can interact more quickly with your site. You know, it's an important characteristic of speed and performance. It's not something that really addresses any one of these things in a super strong way. So that was part of the question. And in terms of lazy loading, so lazy loading is something that's now built into browsers. We add an attribute that just says loading equals lazy. And what that tells the browser is, hey, this image doesn't need to be loaded immediately. So the browser can spend its resources and the bandwidth that it has focusing on all the resources that it needs to render that initial page for you. And then the images that are down below the fold that you haven't scrolled to yet, you haven't reached yet, those images can load later. That's the lazy part of it. And that is something that a lot of websites would implement manually in the past using JavaScript. Now it's built into browsers and WordPress supports it out of the box.
Awesome. There were a lot of information and very helpful one as well. So here's a very, very basic question. Since you discussed about the three metrics, loading, interactivity, and visual stability, a question that came to my mind, and again, it's just a very basic question. First input delay, is it connected to UX UI by any chance?
So first input delay, is it connected to like how you build the user interface? Yep. I mean, for sure it can be, right? And it can even depend on what technology you use, because part of what this gets at is the browser has to do a bunch of work before you can interact with the content. And it's how much work is that, right? So just for example, if you're building a JavaScript app that uses React, there's a lot more to load than if it uses Preact, which is a much smaller library. There's a certain amount of overhead to loading certain things that, you know, depending on how you choose to develop your site, to build your UI, that's going to affect it. Even something like a really complicated HTML layout can take the browser longer to render and understand than a simple layout where there's just a really simple stack of divs. And I think one of the pitfalls here is that a lot of web developers have pretty powerful computers, right? A lot of us have MacBook Pros or fairly high-end gaming PCs or whatever, or we have iPhones. We have recent editions of the iPhone, which are super powerful machines. But that's not necessarily true of all of your users. And this obviously depends on what your market is. Maybe if you sell high-end luxury goods, then yes, all of your users have the latest iPhone. But if you are in a market where people use different levels of technology or use consistently low-powered devices, their experience is going to be really different on your site than what your experience is as a developer. And that's really where it's going to, you know, sure, with a high-end computer, the page is going to load and become interactive fast. And the difference might be 1 second versus 2 seconds. But on a low-powered device, you might be talking about 5 or 10 seconds before the user is able to do anything. So that's why the part about real-world user metrics is so important. It's not just how fast is your website in isolation, or how interactive is it, you know, for people in isolation of any other characteristics, but how fast is it in the real world for your real users? That's what you really want to try to improve.
Great point made there. So you have to not only think about your site from a standalone perspective, you also have to see the implications. So talking about implications, the next question is actually about the presentation slides itself. I think one of our chat moderator did already post the links that you mentioned, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there a link to the presentation, just so that we can repeat it for the viewers?
Yeah, I'll have to give that to you afterwards, I guess. Because I don't have that. I don't have a link ready for you.
Sure, no problem. Sure. Jumping to the final question so far that I have, and I'm still willing our viewers to actually post in the live chat feed so that Adam can answer a few more for a WordCamp Asheville 2020 online. So this question is also from me, and talking about future implications. Are you able to give us any sneak peek into stuff that you are currently working at Google but haven't announced? Perhaps something exclusive. Are we going too far with this?
I probably can't talk about anything that we haven't announced. I will say that you know, we like the things that I'll just tell you what I'm actively working on. Those are the things that I know most about. I'm actively working on SiteKit. We've continued to develop that. You know, there haven't really been any major new features. The biggest thing we added this year, or some of the biggest things we added, was we've been working actively to translate it into all the top languages that it's used into. And another thing that I worked on was the ability to provision new analytics accounts. So SiteKit connects you to your existing accounts, like your existing analytics account, your existing Search Console account. Now we're trying to make it easier for people to actually set those accounts up right from SiteKit, so you don't have to leave to go to another product to set that up. So that was a feature that we announced. I think in the future, what we are going to be seeing is more features that are around content creation. So there have been a lot of requests for things like a Google Photos integration. There's a lot of Google services that could be added to SiteKit, and we certainly are interested in adding more. What else can I tell you? I can just tell you that my team did a really great online conference. There's a lot of work to do online conferences and keep educating about these things. The web.dev site, I think, is super cool. There's just constantly stuff going up there about best practices. So I'd really encourage people in the WordPress community to check that out. The goal of that is to be something that's about best practices. It's not really about just Chrome or what we're doing at Google. It's about what's happening in the web. So yeah, I think there's some big challenges. I'm not sure if you heard, but the whole team at Mozilla that did the MDN site, like, they have all been let go. There was a big loss of people there. So that is kind of a similar team to the team that I work on at Google. We're in DevRel. We're trying to help web developers. And that's what this web.dev is about as well. So I think there's a lot of challenges that we're working on, and we're also just trying to see this bigger picture of how do we make the web better. One cool thing that was announced recently is web stories, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that's like a format for typically for mobile devices where you can click through these stories. It's similar to like Instagram stories or something like that, but it's available on the web. And that's something that I've actually started to see show up in my Discover, in Google Discover. So that's something that I think has been announced, but it's really cool. And of course, we're building our first-party Google editor on top of WordPress, which is super cool, right? So Google's creating one tool to create web stories for the web, and we're building that tool on top of WordPress. So I think that says a lot about how Google thinks about WordPress and how important it is to the web ecosystem.
Awesome. Just stretching a bit more to the question, would you be able to tell us about the slide where you mentioned about the news agencies? A bit more information, just to add to the mix.
About Newspack?
Yeah, Newspack.
Yeah. So Newspack is, again, it's an open source project from Automatic. It's focused at local news publishers. Oh, I just got locked out of my computer. Sorry, hopefully you're still there.
Oh, that's all good.
As a news publishing is a super challenging thing right now in the world. I think everyone probably knows that, although it's different in different places in the world, I've learned. This is definitely focused right now on the US market, although it is expanding to Europe. And I think part of it is there's so many tools out there for publishers. So the idea of Newspack is to kind of provide a single set of choices that are best practice tools. So not every available option, but what we think are like the best tools. And it definitely includes things like monetization, right? So being able to serve ads or prompt your users to support your content. One of the really cool things that they're working on right now, and you can follow all this on the open source project, so it's not a secret, but they're working on a way to customize the experience that users get to your site. So a good example of this is the first time you visit a news site and you're reading some content, it gives you a mild reminder, hey, support our news site. We'd love you to become a member. But then the next time you visit, it says, hey, welcome back. We're glad you love our content. Please sign up. But then the third time you visit, maybe it's an even more aggressive, hey, we've noticed you really like our content. Please make a small contribution. So you see this, like The Guardian is very effective with this. So part of it is a technological thing, Newspack, but part of it is also trying to build these business practices that help publishers come up with really best-in-class experiences for their users. So ads are a big part of it. Like, how do you do ads on a site and be effective and not overwhelm your users? All that kind of stuff. How do you make a site that's performant and really serves your users? And also, and as a local news publisher, how do you succeed? How do you monetize that? How do you get people to subscribe to your newsletter? Or how do you get advertisers to pay to be on your site? All those things come into it. So to me, it's a super interesting project. I've been doing publishers kind of for years in WordPress. And as you probably know, WordPress scales all the way from the smallest little publishers who are just doing it by themselves all the way up to the largest publishers in the world who have millions of page views a day. WordPress accommodates all of those needs. And I think Newspack is trying to find this sort of sweet spot for small publishers on top of WordPress, but in this very defined way.
So thank you so much. I promise This is the last one. This is the last one. So,
okay, great.
Best practices and the new normal. How do you think the world is changing when it comes to the internet user experience?
Yeah, so I would say that I'm learning a lot about this in my. So I joined Google less than a year ago, and in that experience, I guess my mind has been widened. I mean, WordPress is a big world. We think of WordPress as a big world. It's all over the world. Being at Google has even made me more aware of that. So just as an example, if you think about news publishing in India, that is a very different thing than news publishing in the Western, in the US and in Europe. There are many, many, many tens of thousands of small publications that are very hyper-local. They're still printing all on paper. They're not online at all. So it's a very different world. It's not even like it was here 10 or 15 years ago. It's just a different landscape. How people get their news is super different. And also how people use the internet is different, right? I have a lot of connections to Africa. People in Africa have skipped computers entirely. They've gone right from having no technology to having a super powerful, smartphone or a feature phone in their pocket and an internet connection. where they can look anything up in the world that they want. So how technology rolls out in different parts of the world is super fascinating. And I think WordPress is in a great position to help empower that, right? Because WordPress is all about democratizing publishing on the web, and what that means is anyone can come online. And in any country in the world, you will find there's small little agencies building WordPress sites for people at whatever price point that economy can accommodate. Because it's a great skill to have. It's something people need help with, and they need to be able to figure out how to get online. So I think part of it is like what's happening is, well, a lot of the world is coming online. A lot of the world is not online yet. So a big part of what's going to happen with the online world is the world's going to come online. It's not online yet. And then I think the other part is this kind of interesting dichotomy that's playing out between the sort of closed gardens of the world like Facebook, and Twitter and all the other Instagram, all the other sort of social medias that you interact with primarily through an app. And then sort of the open web, which is the rest of the world that we're all publishing content to, and where we find information and that end users have created, user-created content, which is, I think, different than, you do find that in the walled garden, but it's different in the open web. It's a different kind of place. And I think that sort of tension between those two spaces will continue to play out over the next decade, and we'll see where we land.
I must admit, even if this is trying times, it's also a great time for tech enthusiasts and people who are shaping the world of tomorrow to actually come up with solutions that will solve bigger problems than just what it is. So I want to thank you personally and on behalf of the organizing team of WordCamp Asheville for your time, for the deep insight, for sharing your experience, for sharing information, and most importantly, answering the most number of questions that I have personally witnessed in the last few WordCamps that I've attended online. So I want to also remind our viewers, and I want to tell them that thank you for attending this session with Adam and myself. You can also continue the conversation using Twitter at @RoundEarth. That's Adam's Twitter handle, @RoundEarth. And also don't forget to attend the next talk, which is the closing remarks at 4 p.m. in the front porch track, followed by the ice-breaking social at 4:10 p.m. See you right there after the break. Adam, that would be all for today. And viewers, see you again at the closing remarks. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. It was fun.
Thank you.